Welcome in, gamers. Welcome in. Give me a second. I'm still setting up. Believe it or not, I'm actually still setting up. I'll get into it here in just a second. This feels like a fun idea, but the setup for this tier list has genuinely taken me more time than some Nuzlocks. It has been such a long process putting this tier list together that I could have probably finished 3 vanilla fire red leaf green Nuzlocks in the time that it has taken me to set this up, and you'll see why. I'm gonna post the Discord real quick. I have to make like 2 more images. I'm so close to being done. I think this is a really fun idea. I think it'll be a really easy turnaround whenever the video is actually finished. The problem is it takes a really long time to get the video finished. So I appreciate all of you being here at nearly 1 in the morning. I literally don't have a single other day before Christmas to get this done. So I literally have to do it today. Yo, what's good, Bryn? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope your holiday season's going well. I have to do this today. And I have been working non-stop on this tier list for 2 days. I literally skipped the gym today. I woke up at before 7 a.m. today. I took my girlfriend to go get a procedure done, and then and then I basically worked on this. I took 3 breaks, 1 to eat, 1 to shower, and then another to eat. Other than that, I've been working on this non-stop, and it was yesterday too. It's like, it's not hard work, it's just the most monotonous, time-consuming. I have upscaled so much pixel art in the past 2 days, you would not believe. You would not believe how much pixel art has been upscaled on this computer. And it's like, because of some of the ROM hacks, getting all the sprites, I have to like go into the game files and extract the sprites there, then upscale them. Yeah, so what are the odds that Thunder don't lose again until 2026? I doubt it. They have to play the Spurs twice. They got a little home and home. I don't think there's any way they lose on Christmas. Crawdon is S tier probably. Oh, I think we're gonna have a lot of tiers. I think it's gonna be fun. But yeah, let's see. I think I need to upscale one final one, and if a Pokemon gets left off, I'm doing the Emerald Mini one. I was gonna originally include the YouTuber Nuzlocks in this as well, like the egg locks, but then I said screw that. It was already taking so long, and that would have been like an extra 100 images that I had to make. And I was like, you know what? The egg locks don't even really count. Those aren't even really real, because like those aren't even real Pokemon. So that one, like, obviously there's fake mons, but at least the fake mons are always the same, you know? Like, I think it's better to do it this way. Mostly just because it saves so much time. But I'm excited to do this. I think it's a really fun idea. I recently rewatched Jacob and Coney's videos where they ranked all of their mains that they've had through like Smash Bros and, you know, all of their like fighting game mains and stuff like that. I was like, it would be really fun to apply that to Nuzlocks. Oh my god, I still haven't upscaled this stupid Oddish. Jesus, man. And then like OBS was crashing. I had to reset up OBS. It's been a hassle. So I still have to actually put it into the tier list maker. I still have to put it into the tier list maker after all is said and done. We can just have Oddish be the last Pokemon, I guess. But yeah, I've been sitting here with Photoshop open for the past 2 days. Just doing this, alternating between monitor and I've been like efficient too. I've been like busting these out as quickly as I can. I got like pretty fast with it. So I'm gonna be really depressed whenever I put it all in a tier list maker and then it doesn't work. Like, I wanted to stream this 6 hours ago and I couldn't do it because I just could not like, I should have hired somebody to help me make these images. That's how bad it is. It takes so freaking long. But we're almost done. I'm at the finish line. I'm about to cross. And then we just gotta put it through at that point. This is literally, Spheal is going to be the last Pokemon. All for me to just talk about it for 2 seconds and then throw. The problem is, I think I included too many Pokemon. I included so many Pokemon that, like, never really even got used. I don't think I did I need the Clamperl. The Clamperl is, like, the most important one here. Let me make sure I did that one. Yeah, I don't think I have Clamperl. So let me just make sure I get the big hitters on this one. This is one that this is a video that hasn't even come out yet, but it will by the time this video goes up. Yeah, Clamperl can be the last. Okay, Clamperl is the final one. A fitting final one. It is literally the last Pokemon that would be on screen for the last Nuzlocke video that is uploaded to the channel at the time. Can you imagine if I did like Emerald Kaizo and Run and Bun too? It's only spanning videos that have actually been uploaded to the channel. So that's why. Niwa, thank you so much for the 5 months of Prime. I appreciate it. I'm gonna predict Spark is #1. Hershey, I've never actually used Spark in a Nuzlocke. I used Spark in the Nuzlocke tier list testing, in the Mariamon tier list testing. But I've never actually done a Nuzlocke run with Spark, so he was not even on the... Spark did not make it. All right. I can finally minimize that. Now, the moment of truth. If I try and make a tier list, make your own template, create single-use template. Oh god, I'm scared. I'm scared, man. Okay. Let's see. Tier list, can I just upload this whole folder? No, I cannot. Can I do like all files? What if I select all files and like do this? No, okay. Can I do this? Okay, that didn't work. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it I'm gonna have to do it folder by folder, I think. Let me try this. Boom. Okay, it's working, I think. I'm scared. Okay, you know what? I'll show you guys this process. I'll show you guys this process. Hopefully nothing on my computer. I don't keep bad folders. I just don't want to like dox myself or something. Okay. Actually, let me just see if this works first. Oh, thank God. Okay, I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. Okay, let me pull up OBS. Let's see. Desktop with webcam. I think this one. Yes. All right, there we go. Okay, I'll click the start recording button because I think I would actually cry. So you can see why this took so long. So like every one of these folders, I time myself. These are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers. So yeah, it all of a sudden makes sense. So for like every single one of these, I had to download the sprite, and then I had to run it through this pixel art upscaling website for every single sprite that I did. Every single one had to go through this process, and then I would change the name and everything. So it was, and then you have to do that 25 times, and it adds up. It adds up. Because like, look at these, there's 21. So even if I was doing it like super efficient, like 30 seconds each, like it's not like the upscaling program is even instant. You know, it takes time to upscale everything. And so I tried to like multitask, like while it was upscaling, I would do something else. Yeah, it took, for what could potentially be a flop of a video, I put a lot of time into it. So I really, really hope that people like this. The plush lock, see, some of these were easier. Like the plush lock didn't have as much. Guys, okay, yeah, see, I was like, I saved these. I was like, no. But even like Pokemon Sweet, you know, I had to go One thing that I wished I'd realized is I like the different color borders. I didn't start doing that until like around here, but then I went back to black borders for a little while. Crowberry made it. See, like some of these. What's funny is like this Absol, it didn't even get named. I never even got a chance to name this thing because it just freaking died. Same thing with. No, I think I named the Salamence, but I think it was already shell gone. I don't remember. Makes more sense. The Kirby Soul Link. I messaged Failboat about this. When I was putting these names together, I think this might be one of my favorite runs of all time. These freaking names are so funny. Mr. Junior. I think Mr. Junior is my favorite nickname of all time. You got Poopa Doopa, Mr. Junior. These all get messed up anyways. I look at this. I go through the whole process of like numbering. We got the bootleg Pokemon. We got the bootleg Nuzlocke in here too. But yeah, I went through the process of like organizing these, and it doesn't even matter. They just get messed up anyways. We got to put the goat Petragon second. Let's see. Yeah, see, we're favorite Pokemon Nuzlocke. We got just all of these. I'll try and at least put like the first Pokemon, because I don't really remember like the order in which I was going to talk. I wanted to talk about all of them kind of as they like came up. Like this should not be this. That should be the last Pokemon. We'll organize it a little bit. This is the problem with tier list maker. Yo, it's good, Jazzy. Pain. I think it's funny that there's two of those. The final Wonderlock, this was a super fun one to make. So starting from today, I left off in the middle of this, I'm pretty sure. I think I left off on this. I left off on this, and then everything else I did today. So I have been just grinding this all day. So yeah, community Egglock, we skipped that one. See how I like, okay, this is where I started doing it. I really like the color matched outlines. I think it looks cool. I wish I'd done that for all of them, but there was no way in hell I was going back. See, look at this. Look at this. Pokemon Sweet Tooth had this many. So not only did I have to grab these, but I was also like, pretend this is the Nuzlocke video. I was like scrubbing through, you know, because some of these have been like 3-4 years ago. So I kind of forgot a lot of like the Pokemon and what they do. So I had to remember, like, to even be able to rank them. I was like, I kind of have to rewatch a lot of these videos. So I was just kind of doing that. Infernana. This Pokemon is so bad. I can't wait to talk about Pokemon Sweet Tooth, because good God, these were some of the worst Pokemon ever. This thing has like 120 HP for just no reason. It's like this super bulky, same thing with Laminja. They made it like a bulky, fast Pokemon with no offense, and there's no Crowberry either. Do you get revenue watching your own videos? I don't think so. You're not supposed to, at least. Did your teeth... Not all of these died. Only a few of those died. This one I think is awesome. I think this might be my favorite of all of them. We got the Crawdont Corey Coachlock, who had the Brawl... the Brawl rendered special Crawdont sprite. So I put the Brawl render background. I think it turned out so well. Reggie Ginger was in Sweet 1th. Legendary Draft Lock. This was another easy one. There were only 6 Mons. The Auction Lock. This one was easy because I like didn't really do well. So I was like, we don't really need to talk about that one for very long. This is gonna take a long time to rank. I'm gonna be up so late, but this is the only time I was shocked. I was shocked that Mariomon was so small. I think Mariomon had to be so small because there's not a ton of encounters, and like obviously in the video I only focused on the one that I actually used. I don't think I really used some of these. I didn't really use, but I think what happened is there were like the big six. The core six, I believe, as I called them. They just did so much of the work that a lot of these other Pokemon just kind of they never stood a chance. They never had any chance of coming. We had Big Blar. We had like, look at this. Look at these Mons, and then you throw in like King Babam and Blue Yoshi. Nothing else is ever gonna be doing anything. Yo, what's good, Jacob? I love seeing the Mariomon, guys. It makes me happy. It's going to be fun ranking these just in the context of my own Nuzlocke, right? Because, like, obviously I've ranked a lot of these in the... Oh, I ranked all of them in the Nuzlocke tier list video. But these are the ones specific to mine. Can you walk me through what... It's literally every Nuzlocke I've ever done. So you can see this is, like, the very first Nuzlocke. Then this is my first attempt, my first Emerald Kaizo attempt. Like, if you just... Hold on. Let me pull up YouTube. We can go side by side here. Playlists. Oh, this is in the Pokemon Too Many Types too. Whoops. I'll have to change that. But yeah, you can see here. So we got like the... Then we have the relay race, or the relay Nuzlocke. Then we go through that. Then we got the first Pokemon Nuzlocke. Obviously can't do anything there. The plush lock. I skipped the egg locks because screw that. Then we got Pokemon Sweets. We got the shiny lock. We got Pokemon but everything is backwards. We got the Kirby Soul Link. I even threw in the Draco monsters. Favorite Pokemon Nuzlocke. The Wonderlock had so many. Like, it was crazy that there were so many, and a lot of these were impactful too. Again, I skipped the other egg lock. The Too Many Rules. Pokemon Sweet Tooth. Coach Lock. Legendary Only Nuzlocke Race. Auction Lock. Mariomon. And then now we're getting towards the end. So now we got, we'll finish it off here. The Trash Lock Race. Some of these two backgrounds back to back are awesome. Let's see. The TMT Soul Link. Holy, there were a lot of Pokemon on this one too. This one was crazy. We got a lot of Pokemon to go through. I don't even know. I was shocked that Pokemon Evolved was as small as it was. I thought Pokemon Evolved would be bigger. This is going to be the highest effort tier list you're ever going to see. From me. This is, and then we can finish up. Emerald Mini at 24. I feel like in the harder Nuzlocks, you had to do more effort because, so these kind of look weird when they're all back to back. But yeah, this, let's see. I'll try and organize them now. So that's everything. Good God, this is a lot of Pokemon. Oh, that's a lot of Pokemon to talk about. I'm really glad that I started at 1 a.m. Yo, what's good, P Peasants? Thanks for the 30 months. Very much appreciated. Who up tiering they list? Me, it's me. Hope you're doing well, Braden. Here's to another 30 years. Thank you, P Peasants. I appreciate it. I've been doing well. Hope you're doing well. Probably be like 15 minutes. Yeah, it should be easy. Okay, so let me try. I mean, the good thing is this is all like very fresh on my mind, so I kind of know exactly where everything goes. Music feels a little loud. It's a little loud to me. Kaibat is very early. I think that's like here. Doug, we got Mood. I think Bad Boy. Jones last. think it goes like something like that. Semester just ended for me this week, so I'm chilling for about a month. Feels good. Nice. That's awesome. This is where I know this is like one of the last ones. Maddie Shrew. It's really interesting. YouTube chat is a lot quieter than Twitch chat. That's how it always goes. Also, I don't think many of my YouTube viewers are awake at 1 in the morning. Ooh, nice. The 2-week break. That's gonna go hard. Okay, Chacho, Growlithe, Blubby is like over here. Weed's like up here. This up here. Mistruggle. No Balls is like there. This is up here. Balls. I know Balls was immediately after No Balls. Fan of the late night stream. I'm gonna be crying. Tomorrow's gonna be a rough one. Michael. Michael's like here. This is like the Little Root encounter. The new ZA ranked season just dropped, so this will be some great noise as I grind to rank A. Yo, nice. I still need to play the DLC. I've been able to play the DLC because I've been doing this for like way too long. Okay. Oh, this one got really messed up. Let's see. Let's move these guys over here. Pilot. I kind of know these ones just based off of who named them. I can kind of sort these given just who named them. Like I know these were all Jaden. Tindy's was I think before Jaden. Rayquaza was Jaden. Dream I think was Peachal. Schnappy was Peachal. Deltarune was Jacob. Obviously we know where Corey came from. Bowling Ball was Jaden. This was Jacob. Slurp Juice was I think the third encounter. The Moona looking forward. I love these sprites, or they're not sprites, but I tried to get the sprites, but I don't know if I couldn't open the plush lock. Like I have a program that lets me open up GBA ROM hacks and like look through the files, but I don't have one for DS. Have you been spoiled on the DLC megas? Some of them. I have been on some of them. Okay, I think that's... I don't know where the Scrafty came from. Some of these, like this was an Elite Four mon, and some of these I have no memory of at all. Okay, this is first draft lock. Okay, I know I started with Roselia. Graveler's somewhere up here. Yanma's like in the middle. Shedinja's like up here. Swallow's like here. These guys are way down here. These are the last two for sure. Hitmonchan. These are all Norman guys. Steelix didn't even... No, Steelix did get used. It broke the game though. Magneton... I don't really remember using. Graveler, probably put Gyarados, Swallow. Tenta would be after this. Yeah, that feels about right. I got all these at the same time, so it doesn't really matter. I guess I'll end with Thundurus. Just kind of give it some semblance of order there. Leganium, I remember, was second. Cupcat. These were like the big three right here. Crowberry was obviously the second to last. I didn't even use Two Berry, but I kind of just wanted to include this sprite. B-Sour. Let's see. These guys were all kind of together. Flangoose was over here. Snorlax, I think, is like further down. Ferment is very easy, but or very early, but I don't think it ever got used. Applin early never got used really. Keratorb was like second attempt. Raticate was lower. Cottonmouth I know was very early. I think that was like one of the first ones. Torterang was on attempt 2. Reginger over here. B-Sour probably like in the middle somewhere. Metaberry, Snorlax. Yeah, that looks about right. This one very easy to remember. This was the last one we got. Slim Shady, I think, was the second to last. Fall Guy. I know Lady Luck was the very last one. Shat Shrew. It was Heracross first, then Ho-Oh, then this. Yeah, there we go. That's the right order. This order doesn't matter. Bobo Graham. I love you, but I hate whatever we are doing. You don't like ranking every single Nuzlocke encounter I've ever used? I think this is an awesome idea. God, who was... Okay, a Bert. This was an early game guy. Oh, how could we forget about a Mookie? Sand was the Surge Sweeper. I like the double cart. Cart and then cooler cart was immediately replaced. Tier lists can be fun. I hope that people enjoy this one. Poopa Doopa was actually pretty early. Chat was late. Duty was actually very early. P Honta. Yeah, these are all kind of whatever. Mr. Junior was like fairly early. I think it was like around here. Yeah. Galdi was kind of early. I can rank both of these at the same time, I guess. Drix was like over here, but we never used it. Ku, I think, was the very last. I think these were like the last 3 encounters. There's literally nobody here. LMAO. Dog, it's like 2 a.m. People do be sleeping. What the hell are you doing here then? Let's see. I guess I'll just try and rank these. Okay, I used these 6 last. This was my favorite Pokemon. So it was Grovyle, Squirtle, Rayquaza. Boldore we used early. It's funny, Boldor's in this so often. Yeah, I had to rewatch all the videos to kind of remember. I have some ideas of tiers, but the reason I wanted to stream it is because I think I want some assistance on like what to put on all the tiers. Lady Luck the goat. Bro, this Palpitoad put in so much work. This Palpitoad swept Watson and Flannery. I freaking love Palpitoad. Palpitoad has been like one of the best. I never have even evolved it. I've never even used Seismitoad. I've only ever used Palpitoad, but Palpitoad always does so well. Oh god, this one's gonna take some serious. Okay, I know YT Greenie was the starter. Never using the goat that is Luxray. I haven't really done a whole lot of DPPT Nuzlockes. Why am I even ranking Pokemon at 2 a.m.? This is literally the only time I have before Christmas. I was gonna do it today, and I was like, I'm committing myself to doing it today. I'm not going to bed until this is finished. Renegade Platinum. A Platinum Kaizo is coming out soon. Gotta get ready for Platinum Kaizo. Okay, okay, Spinarak was early. How could I forget about Axew? Where's the French Pichu that I made? There it is. Yeah, how could we forget about French Pichu? Magikarp was pretty early. Nair Cream. This time for sure, though. I don't think there's ever been an Aerodactyl in any of the runs. I don't think there's ever been one. Amora's like kind of early. This was like pretty early. Oshawott I think was later. I didn't really use the Oshawott that much. These are all like earlier. Dodo was pretty late. This is pretty early. This is like around here. The Quagsire I think is a little later. I know the Quagsire came at the same time as I think like this was around. I think this was with the Quagsire maybe. Oh, Inkay was super early. Inkay was like the second one ever. No, Doduo was one of the best, but it was also one of the very last Wonder Trades. I don't even remember. The Litten was in the video, but I literally never mentioned it once. So it's somewhere here. Kaka de Vaca, I got early, but then didn't use it until way later. I'm just going to rate Magnemite, and these two were like the two best Pokemon in the entire run. It wasn't even close. This is the only time Amora's ever been good. This Amora is going to be ranked so much higher than... where is it? Where's the trash log? Then this Aurorus. This Aurorus is going to be bottom tier. This Amora, actually, it's going to be kind of high. It actually did do some work for me. The crowd goes mild. Yeah, because Kaizo Ironmon isn't a Nuzlocke. What was literally the last Pokemon I got? I don't even think I put it on here because I think it was so bad. The Abra was early. This was like, who freaking knows? This was pretty early. So is this. Snivy. Okay, I didn't even use this. I just traded it up. Or traded it away. Okay, well, I just want to get it all set, and then we'll actually start. Okay, Rickles was the starter. Then we got Pickles. Then we got the Pissler. These are easy because they all kind of go together. I guess I'll rank Ricklet just to keep all these together. Then we have Dom and Sub. And then we have Hot Wife into Cuckold into Bull. Then we have Johnson and Virginia. And then we have Sugar Mama into Sugar Baby, who was also named Gyat Shrew in the first one. I feel like we need to keep the Shrew legacy going. I've had so many freaking Sand Slashes. Matt Shrew, Maddie Shrew. Uh-oh. Get back here, Maddie Shrew. Maddie Shrew. We had Shat Shrew in here somewhere. Shat Shrew. Then we had... It's just... he keeps... The Gyat Shrew is probably one of my favorites. You don't remember the Too Many Rules Nuzlocke? I thought this was a really good idea, and then nobody watched it. Okay, this one actually stayed intact fairly well. This one didn't seem to get too messed up. Croconana, we got to move up. Slow Bagel, we got to move up. Simizeal, what an awful, awful Pokemon. Awful Pokemon. Jesus Christ, dude. Candy was like second to last. Guppy. Oh man, this Pokemon makes me laugh so much. Yo, thank you, Sloth, for the 4 months of Prime. Welcome in. Oh, also, oh my god, I'm so sorry, Jacob. I did not see your 44 months of tier 1. This is an awesome idea. Thank you. I've been so locked in on trying to get this organized. I'm so scatterbrained. I just booted up stream immediately. I was like, okay, this is the idea I have. I'm just gonna boot it up. We're just gonna go. You will watch with caution now. I think it's a really fun idea. It just had a funny naming theme. The wedlock kind of incentivized that. I know I got these together. Where is this? Put these. I think my favorite line in the whole video, watching it back, is I didn't catch the other one. I said I didn't get the Triforce of dog shit, which was these 3 encounters. Choco Bun was the very end. Cookie Tune was like here. Oh, what a good song to come on while we're ranking, or while we're placing these guys. Cream Dawn. This is the thing about Pokemon Sweet. There's so much bad about it, but then you see Cream Dawn, and you're like, yeah, actually this game's kind of awesome. Actually, this game is kind of awesome. Yeah, that's good enough. Who cares? Alabama. This is like basically... I think this is pretty much perfect, actually. This needs to be higher. This needs to be higher. But other than that, it's pretty good. Something like that. This feels like I'd stopped using the late game ones. It's the coach log. Maybe I just was like, I don't want to catch any more Pokemon. I'm done catching Pokemon. That feels perfect. Oh god, this is a mess. The auction lock, man, the auction lock was not good for me. Like, I don't even know. Like Flannery, I think I used this. Did I have Lantern at that point? I think so. Abra, I had the teleport tech. Tandemaus was awful, unusable. I tried to use Lycanroc Hal setup, didn't work. You can see all these Pokemon were like, yeah, talking about the auction lock. The Claydol boomed on Tate and Liza. It didn't. Oh, this is what I used for Flannery. And these are all E4 mons. Okay. King Bomb, Scuttlebug, Muncher, Thwomp, Blue Yoshi, Fuzzy, Bumsy Bill. I already sorted that one. That one's good to go. Okay, we're close. We're close. We're almost there. Okay, breaks in. Hippopotas actually was like the first Pokemon I really used. Graveler. This is at the end. You can barely even see a mask here. Probopass almost won us the run. Houndoom was good. Probopass I used before. I got both these at the same time. Wormadam was after. Boldor was very early. We'll put it like right here. Stonejourner. These were all Norman. I think this was also Norman. Kecleon was later. This was Winona. This is an E4 mod. Guys, I wonder why I lost the Elite Four. I brought Castform, Aurorus, Kecleon, Wormadam, and Lunala, who got outsped and was 4 times weak to Dark. I wonder why I lost this Elite Four. Who's to say? Put all these. Sure. This is pretty good. Just gotta put this one last. And I think everything else is pretty good there. Yeah. I just want Bill Russell to be last. Okay, Tsune's. That's pretty good. Oh, we gotta talk about Big P very early, obviously. That looks good to me for the most part. Maybe just throw this a little earlier. All right, last one. Here we go. Okay. Pokemon. This is a great nickname. One of the best nicknames of all time. Easily. Is this actually in order? The Zubat needs to be higher. Zubat needs to be here. Anorith is... Clamperl very last. Boom. There we go. All right. Cumcake is my goat. Yeah, I did not. You'll notice I did not put that name on here. I did not. It is just Cupcat. Explaining why Pokemon is an F tier is going to be so funny. Well, we're gonna see what the tiers end up being, because wait, before I show this, I don't want to leak any video ideas. I'm gonna have this pulled up. So just give me a second. Let me close out of like a billion tabs that I had open. I have so many Sprite tabs open. Corey is an immediate S tier. Oh, absolutely. Okay, so this is every Nuzlocke encounter ever. I already have like a few tier ideas. Notion does hold all the secrets. That's why I have to keep it safe. These are like some of the ideas that I kind of thought of. Larger than life is like what I think about when I think of larger than life is the skitty strats, you know? It like it transcends like this skitty realistically only it like did something on Emerald, Kaizo, Roxanne, and Brawly, which is in itself pretty impressive, but people still talk about the skitty strats to this day. That's why I think that's like its legacy is greater than anything it ever did. But yeah, I don't really know how to like start this off. I don't know where to just like get going, you know? Do I just immediately start like changing the tiers up? That is what we will have to ask ourselves. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom first, and then we will start ranking. We will start ranking. It is almost 1:30 in the morning. Bias favorites first. Well, I'm just gonna go through game by game. We're gonna go through each one. So yeah, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom, and then I will be right back. Okay. We don't need to stick to alliteration. I love alliteration though. Alliteration is my favorite. I'd be cramming alliteration into every script I've ever written. Yo, Oasis, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. I am currently ranking every single Pokemon I've ever used in every Nuzlocke I've done. So yeah, there are going to be Pokemon that have less like actual negative value. Gone too soon tier, yeah, there's gonna be stuff like that. I think I want to listen to like peaceful Pokemon music. I've got split audio tracks, so actually, let's do like Mew more Pokemon mix. Can I just like let this ride? Surely they have a playlist of like all of their videos. I guess I could just make that myself. This is the hot off the presses Mew more mix. Can I just maybe I'll just play this one. I can't get one that just has like just Mew more. Do they have a playlist with all of their Pokemon playlists? Because that's kind of what I'm looking for right now. Let's just see where the YouTube algorithm takes us. Ratatouille flashback moment? Oh, no kidding. It's a blast to the past, that's for sure. This isn't gonna work. Okay, I'm just gonna I wonder if this person that made a playlist of all the Mew more mixes, Mew more chill. This one has 108. I'm gonna assume it's fairly up to date. It's got a lot of good stuff on here. Yeah, this will work. This will work. All right. Let's do this. I have done a lot of Nuzlocks over the past 3 years. 25 of them, in fact. Probably a lot more, but 25 Nuzlocke videos have made it to the channel. And today, I am ranking every single Pokemon that I have used in all of those Nuzlocks in a tier list. Everybody's favorite way to view things, to look at these things. So we got a lot of Pokemon to rank. It took me like 2 full days of work to make this tier list. So please like the video, subscribe to the channel, hype it up, baby, and comment down below what your favorite Pokemon I've ever used in Nuzlocke is. We'll edit this in like later in the video. I feel like I don't want to just be doing a plug at the very start of the you know, the Mew more is too much. I'm sorry. We're just gonna go Pokemon chill music. Let's see, where's like the 9-hour, where's like the one with the little Slowbro sleeping in the thumbnail? Where's that one? I don't know. Chill and relaxing Pokemon music. That one's got 3 million views. Let's just throw that one on, sure. All right. So, oh man. How do we start this off? The Pokemon that started my Nuzlocking journey. No cap. And I got no idea where to place him. So, let me think. So this Pokemon, I owe a lot to, right? Like, I think we're already making new, I haven't even placed a Pokemon and I'm already making new tiers. But there has to be like a career defining tier, right? These are Pokemon that I would say have like defined my career as a Nuzlocker. I don't think No Cap gets there. I don't think No Cap is the one that started it all, but it doesn't define the career at all. It did make the original Elite Four team. So it certainly has a legacy. It has done some things, but I wouldn't say that overall it was just like a very standard Pokemon. And I don't think that just making the Hall of Fame team necessarily puts you in like a top tier. I think for the mid tier, I just want to say like solid. I know it's really lame to start off with the very first Pokemon as just solid, but that it was just your standard Blastoise vanilla leaf green Nuzlocke experience. Like there was nothing to write home about. It's just perfectly solid. Hold on, I gotta pull up Notion again. Let's see. I gotta think about my tier ideas. I think Dream Luck tier is really funny. Run defining. I think run defining is like the next tier. I think just to kind of like set a baseline. I do think we need to. I think we do need to like establish just the basic tiers. I think S tier has to be run defining. Like this is a Pokemon that I think when I think of this Nuzlocke, this is the Pokemon that I think of. Whether it was really good or, you know, it like was the most memorable Pokemon, I think that is what is deserving of the highest tier, basically. I don't know what to put between like run defining and solid. I think for the very last tier, we got to go with. Okay, then maybe that doesn't. That might not work. Memorable, yeah, memorable feels good. Let's see. I don't think it's like larger than life. I'm gonna say carried a large portion of the run. I think this is like almost the entire run was carried by this one Pokemon. This is like what's a good example? Let's just pull somebody up. Oh God. Sturdy. You already know where Sturdy's going. We'll get there later. Corey's a big carry, but I think Corey's like run defining tier. Corey's definitely in a run define. I think Corey is probably in a tier above this. I think Corey's probably in a tier above this. I don't even think career defining might not even be the top tier now that I think about it. Like when we talk about like MVP, most valuable Pokemon, like think about Corey being in one of the very first Nuzlocks, literally the third Nuzlocke. Yeah, I don't think Onyx isn't going to be top 1, so I'll probably move career defining down. There'll probably be like a GOAT tier. But I think I'll have Onyx at the top 1 for a little bit at the start of the tier list. But like, okay, let me show you all the Corey influence here. So we have the original Boldore. Then it doesn't make another appearance for a while. It doesn't make another appearance until the Favorites Nuzlocke, I think. Yeah, there's not really another opportunity to use it. But then we get it with Snare Drum. We get another Roggenrola. Then we get Candy. I felt like it showed up more than this, actually. Oh, in the trash log. It shows up in the trash log. Like, this is a lot of Boldore. It's a lot of Boldore. Yeah, we do have Corey Prime. Yeah, Corey Prime didn't make it. Yo, Chan the man. Thank you for the 5-stream streak. Yeah, the Dracomon. This is really funny. I had to put Metagon on here because this is just like every single one of these follows the naming convention of this evolves into Hydronite. This evolves into Petronite. They always drop the Gon and add Night. And then Metagon. It would have been so funny to be Meta Knight. And this is the only one in the entire game that is Metagon Knight. Maybe they were worried about like copyright or something. Okay, let me think about this. I'm gonna say worse than useless. That actually might be this might end up going like further down. Dracomon was scared of copyright. I don't know what they were thinking. This is like you negatively impacted the run. Getting this Pokemon or this Pokemon's existence in the run actually negatively impacted the run. I just want to say, like, for now, I'm just going to call this one below average, but this just, like, gives us a frame of reference. Because I want to have another one that is above here that I think I'll get to. Bad Girl. I believe this was my first ever Nuzlocke death. So I feel like I need a tier. I need a tier that's above worse than useless. I have added more tiers than Pokemon to this tier list so far, so we're off to a great start. This is the not your fault tier, to where I would blame most of your death. I would blame most of the bad luck in the run on myself. And I think the first two Nuzlocke deaths both fall in not your fault. I literally hit an optional trainer after getting a bunch of early game Pokemon killed to where my team was incredibly weak to electric. And then I ran into Super Nerd Joven. I still remember that trainer's name in Mount Moon. And I nearly wiped, but Bad Girl almost saved it. And then, you know, Zubat was just collateral damage. Career defining, but bad. Wasted potential or choke hard. Oh, don't worry. Some of these tiers we have to actually get to the Pokemon first before I add them. Trust me, I have a whole list of a lot of tier ideas that I already have. I just have to get there first. Yeah, a gone too soon tier. All right. Maton 2. This is another Pokemon. Like, I don't know if it's below or above solid. I think it might be below. I want to have, whoops. So I think I would need another row below. This is very important. This tier is going to be this is the one Gym Wonders. This is a Pokemon that pretty much only showed up for one gym, did a really good job, and then it went into the box forever. Maton 2 was really, really good. It just completely swept Erica, but it did make the E4 and it actually did do some stuff the rest of the run, but I wouldn't say it carried a large portion of the run. So I think this one also just falls into the solid tier with no cap. Matt Shrew. Okay, this is the first one that I think these become a tier of their own. We already have, we've got so many tiers. There's already so many tiers, and I have not only ranked like 4 Pokemon. So this is the larger than life tier. And Matt Shrew absolutely falls into the larger than life tier, where Matt Shrew objectively did less than both No Cap and Maton 2, but somehow this stupid Sandslash has, like, look at the legacy that Matt Shrew left. We had Matt Shrew, we immediately had Matty Shrew right after that. Then we go into we get a shiny. We have the Shat Shrew. It just keeps on going. Like, I don't know how I've had so many Sandslashes over the course of my Nuzlocking career. There's more down here, I'm pretty sure. I think there's some that didn't make this tier list. But you can just see that, like, even this many years later, we still reference Matt Shrew. And so I think that he just has to be larger than life. Can I give you one piece of tier list backseat that has forever changed your life? Sure, what is it? Is it the pinning thing? Oh, presentation mode. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. Well, there they go. Well, all right. I guess give me a second to add those all again. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Oh, well, they're gonna be out of order now. Oh man. Jacob, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you for the 50 bucks, Jacob. Thank you so much. Oh man. Okay, well, we already know how it goes, so we can be faster with it this time. We can be really fast. Okay, let me just try and get it real quick. Okay. Oh, none in that one. I won't get it as like accurate. I just gotta get them close, you know. Really just like starter, mid game. Some of these are easy enough. Let's see. Bootleg. Yeah, no, Tier Maker doesn't care. There's really no point in like numbering them this way, because Tier Maker will just immediately do its own thing with them. It's really annoying. I don't know why it does that. No, it's all good, Jacob. I think I can get it back pretty quickly. Luckily, I did it very early on. Luckily, I'd only ranked like 5 Pokemon. I don't have to say anything about. I can just like I can just like do it really fast. I don't have to actually explain like what goes where, because I think we can just get it like real fast. We already almost got all of them on there. Because some of these, like the trash lock ones, I don't even think matter too much. No redo of the intro? Nah, that's what I probably won't even keep the intro in there. I'm sure it'll just be like a post. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Try that. That's pretty good. This. Here. That's the last one. I need to get these next to each other. That was early. This is definitely early. It's like, let's see. Starter. Map hat, slurp juice, Corey. I don't even know who did that one. I don't even know where Pikmin 4 came from, honestly. This one doesn't really matter, like, beyond that, honestly. If I just get, like, these guys at the back. These guys in the back. I think Sceptile was, like, on the E4, and I never really used it. Ninja, early. This broke the game. Swellow was like the mid-game carry. Just kind of weird to talk about. Boom. Okay, these actually feel like they stayed pretty solid, at least this time. It's weird that it's like different every time too. I know this was later. Panfisk was later in this game. Let me just get these. The last... we have to make sure Crowberry and Twoberry. It does look nicer. That is very true. The payoff will be worth it. I'll just be getting to bed at like 5 instead of 4:30 tonight. Please wipe in this tier list. Thank you, Stefan. I will keep wiping so that I can do more tier lists. It's the infinite money glitch. It's so smart. The Applin before Applin. So true. This was the last. This. It's easy. That doesn't matter really. I guess I should put it like in how they despawned. Dude, Tentacruel. I feel like the highest peak of all Mons was Tentacruel. Every time I got a Tentacool or Tentacruel, it like popped off. Bobogram, a bird. We gotta have the 2 carts next to each other. That's important. Amuki was like the second encounter. Poopa Doopa was very early. I think Duty was still before that. Galdu was actually surprisingly early. Chat was later. This was the last one. I didn't even use this, so it doesn't really matter. Mr. Junior. I love Mr. Junior so much. That looked good. I'm telling you, I said these to Failbo. I was like, this is my favorite nicknaming theme of all time. It was so funny. That actually looks perfect. I just want to have Metagon last. I want to have A first. Actually, I don't even remember organizing this one before. Oh, I do. I just want to have these other guys like very last. My top 6. I always think about this. Every time I think about this video, there was a YouTube commenter that got really mad that I said, when I beat the Elite Four with Squirtle, Grovyle, Onix, Ditto, Gengar, and Rayquaza, I said, this team somehow beat the Elite Four. And some YouTube commenter got really mad. He was like, you can't say you somehow beat the Elite Four when you have Rayquaza. No, I didn't include the wild card. I'm only including the ones that I uploaded on my channel. I felt like that was the easiest way to keep track of them. Because also, like, the wild card ones feel like there'd be a lot of overlap with, like, some of the, like, vanilla Fire Red Leaf Green and the, like, some of the Emerald stuff. No Ice Beam Gyarados, that's true. We will never... The thing is, I don't even remember that Pokemon's name. I don't even remember that Gyarados' the bonus video. Yeah, that's a Captain Kid Live video. That's definitely a Captain Kid Live video. Okay, this one actually stayed pretty well intact. Just gotta make sure we get the French Pichu up here. The OGs. I think these were... Snare Drum was not one of the OGs. I think these were the OG trades. I think those are the only OGs. Let's get the Makuhita up here with this one. Kakade Vaka was kind of early. Le Pichu. Dat Deck 6. Yeah, that guy doesn't count either. Okay, so also, the Scyther's name being Striker in Japanese and like this pose. This dude looks awesome. This Scyther looks so... I'm so mad this Scyther died. It was in a heavy ball and everything. It would have been so cool. Let's put this last. Let's move you like here somewhere. A bunch of these were like late game ones. I don't know where... I don't even know where this one came from, honestly. This literally just... I never even leveled this up. I just used it as an Intim sack. It literally just sacked... I threw it out to die one time. That was all it ever did. Okay, we get Ricklet. And then we put these. This one's at least easy to sort because I know exactly where everything goes. Okay, this one again. Okay, again, we got really lucky with this one. Oh, that actually might be like near perfect. Actually, wait, this was very early. This is the Froakie that had Lugia's Cry for some reason. The shiny Kecleon that I traded away for a Surskit that I never used. Triforce of dog shit. Cup VA just makes me laugh. I didn't even want to put Limion on there because I was like, I need to include that this Pokemon was named Cup VA. Not just Cup V. They were like, yeah, that's Cup VA. Yeah, who cares? I barely won my fantasy playoff game the other day. Oh, I haven't talked about this. I was truly devastated. I got screwed. I literally lost my playoff week 2 by 9 points because I had Chris Rodriguez Jr., the Washington Commanders running back, and then he was a late scratch. I checked my lineup literally 2 minutes too late. The games had just kicked off, and I checked my lineups, and I couldn't change it, and then I lost by 9 points. If I had just swapped in frickin' Bill Krosky Merritt, his backup, I would have won. Also, if Jalen Hurts didn't score 0 points the week before, I would have won. I was like real life sad. I think I just cost myself $250 with that simple mistake. So maybe Dylan will give me like $20 since I basically handed him $250. Let's see. Okay, another pretty solid one. I think this one. Yeah, that Jalen. At least I didn't do the panic switch. I had Joe Burrow on my bench that week. I didn't do the panic switch up at least. Okay, this is way early. I was real life sad. It was a sad day on Sunday. I was super disappointed in myself. Because I know I had it's rare that the team with the running back 1 and the wide receiver 1 in fantasy football loses, and I somehow did that. So I was pretty disappointed. Okay. Good enough. I don't even know. I think I just used Whimsicott for the first 2 gyms. Then I used this. Then I used this. Then I did that. Then I did this. With this. And then I did this. And then I think I had this and this. And then I tried to use this. Yeah, okay. Alright, we're so close. Blarg was after that. Tarantox. Fuzzy was before this. Blue Yoshi was before this. I think it's that. Okay, that's easy. Boom, boom. Boom. These are like all the Norman Mons. Norman Mon. Okay. Okay, that's good. Chromatic-y, personal. Just gotta move this back. I think that's good. Okay, we're almost back. We are so close to being back. I really like ranking Big P and then putting this in the tier below. He was on a snap count and then he basically played the whole game. I had Mike Evans on my bench too. That's what makes it even worse. I was too scared. I was like, he just came off. There's no way. I had picked up Mike Evans and didn't start him because I was a little scared. Like, that's the thing that makes it worse, is it was definitely self-inflicted. I could have so easily won. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're back. We are back, baby. Okay, let me pull up my own live stream so I can remember what tiers we had made. It was just a slight detour. It was just a slight detour. Uh-oh. Let me mute myself. Yeah, it was only like, it only cost me like 15 minutes. Okay. We have, will this also have PMD Pokemon? No, because that wasn't a Nuzlocke. This is all the Nuzlocke Pokemon I've used. All right, career defining. We got that tier. We have the run defining tier. We have the... I'm gonna call this one massive contributor. That feels better than carried a large portion of the run. I'll say solid contributor. Actually, I just want to do solid. I think that's good. The tier below, I like just one gym wonder. That implies that you had less value than Pokemon that like did a lot. So that was No Cap. That was Maton 2. We have a row below, and we'll have another row below that, which was below average, and the not your fault tier. I think I want to start with useless, and then we can have a worse than useless tier after that. Because I think there's some stuff that actually just straight up was useless. So not your fault, boom, boom. And then we put Matt Shrew into... We had a new tier that's below massive contributor, but I think above solid, which is larger than life. Yeah, I think I like that. It definitely did feel like it at times. I do agree. Okay, we're back. See, that wasn't bad at all. I'm so scared now. But we're in presentation mode. I'm not leaving presentation mode until we're done. But I do have to go pee again. I did drink some caffeine just to make sure that I could actually survive staying up this late to rank all these Pokemon. So I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. It's honestly less fun, I feel like, to rank these first Nuzlocke. I think it's just been so long. Like, how many people even vividly remember the first Nuzlocke? I feel like most people have like, it's been 3, almost 4 years since that was even posted. Which is that much longer since it was even, like, a run that, like, I did on stream. Too new of a fan set. See, some people weren't even here for, like, the video itself, let alone the actual run.
All right. I'm going to wait for ads to expire, and then we're just going to jump right back into it. Bad boy. Oh, man. I don't want to just put everything in solid. Wait, okay. I need... we might need another tier. Okay. The EK teaser at the end? Yeah, it did. You don't remember it, but I do remember Matt Shrew, and that's exactly why it's in the larger than life category. Okay, so I don't want to just keep slamming stuff into the solid tier. Bad Boy was very solid though. The question is, I feel like Bad Boy peaked. I mean, I am such a fan of Compound Eyes Sleep Powder. There's like a tier of Pokemon that I feel like I could call requires redemption or something like that, where like I feel like I let the Pokemon down. It didn't die or anything, but I just feel like it didn't get to realize its full potential. And I feel like that's where Bad Boy needs to go. Like I was planning on taking Bad Boy to the Elite Four, but then I didn't. Because I saw it next to like this. I don't know. I feel like the Potential Man tier. It's not even that necessarily. Maybe I should just keep it in solid. Maybe we should just keep it nice and easy. I don't, there's only like a few Pokemon that I feel like require redemption. So I think I'm just gonna, the solid tier is probably gonna be very massive. I think we could just put that one out there. This is probably gonna be the most populated tier. Cuphead. I think this, I'm just slapping this in below average. It was remembered for stuff outside of being a Pokemon, but not good stuff. So it was just below average. Doug. I think Doug goes in. I mean, I didn't even use this. I think this was worse Matt Shrew. I think Doug was in the useless tier. We already had a ground type, albeit one that doesn't learn ground type moves, but like Doug was never doing anything. Doug gets to go into the useless tier. But now we get into the good stuff, because we have Sturdy the Onyx. And I think Sturdy the Onyx is truly career defining. Unfortunately, obviously this was not the Onyx of Ice Punch fame, but this Onyx kind of embodied the redemptive Nuzlocke, starting this new path down this Nuzlocke career. Like, if it wasn't for that first Nuzlocke video, none of this other stuff would have been possible. And I think that trying to redeem this Onyx, going out of my way to get it, being intentional about using it in the Elite Four, killing Lorelei's Jinx with Explosion, there was just so much. And I truly don't think I would be sitting here today if it weren't for Sturdy the Onyx. So I think I have to put it here. Will it sit atop the tier forever? Will it sit atop the tier list forever? Doubtful. I think we're going to move the career defining tier down eventually. But for the time being, I will let Sturdy the Onyx be the one and only career defining Pokemon. Okay, wait. Minecraft. Truly one of the, I feel like I need a, under like not your fault tier, we need a row below that's wait. I need like a worst cooks tier. Because I tried to do something with Minecraft. I had this crazy conversion thief tech. I was going to turn Minecraft the Porygon into the one and only
dark type Pokemon that you could even get. You can't get any other dark types in Kanto, but you can get a Porygon with conversion. The only way to get a dark type in base vanilla Fire Red and Leaf Green. So I had this whole plan mapped out. I was going to do it, and then I got it killed to a Destiny Bond Ghastly on an optional trainer in Sabrina's gym. So for that, I think Minecraft goes into the worst cooks tier. There was, I will say, this video never came out because it was to promote the Captain Kid plush that never came out. But there was, I did it was kind of like a crowd control playthrough where people, if they bought a plush, I had to kill a random Pokemon in my party. And I did redeem the Porygon. I used the Porygon strategy, and I did sweep Sabrina with a dark type Porygon. But unfortunately, that was lost to time. All right, and then we have Mood, who was the very first Gyarados, but I really don't think that this Gyarados made it to like massive contributor tier. I feel like the thing about the very first Nuzlocke is there was no Pokemon that really like defined the run. I would say that like the Onix, the whole point of it was to be this Onix redemption arc. Like this was why Matt Shrew got replaced in the first place, is because now we have this ground type. And so I think I kind of just want to put the very first Gyarados into Salt. Like it does get Dragon Dance, you know, but it doesn't get like any physical water moves obviously in Gen 3. But I don't think it like, when I think of the Gyaradoses that I've had on the channel, Mood the Gyarados is not one that I necessarily think of. And then we have Pablo. It's like, this is the entire Elite Four right here. The Elite Four team was these four Pokemon, Sturdy, and then Jome, which we will get to later. I think Pablo was so much less of an Elite Four Pokemon. This was really a one gym wonder. It did make the Elite Four team, but this was really just to prove that Sabrina was completely free if you brought this Pokemon. And then Jome, I think also a solid Pokemon, but I need to make a tier that I think is below massive contributor, because there's these Pokemon that you'll get in Nuzlockes that are kind of the perfect addition to your Elite Four team. And it's like, yeah, that's solid. Yeah, that's a massive contributor, but I didn't bring you for any other part. Like, you definitely can't be run defining. You were a massive contributor, but I feel like needs the context of more of the run than just the Elite Four. So I think there's a tier above solid and below larger than life. That I want to call the free four. You bring this Pokemon to your Elite Four, and it basically just comes in and it just makes the Elite Four super easy. That was Jome's role. Lorelei, you know, once she saw Jome pull up this electric steel Magneton, she had no chance. I picked this Pokemon up, and that is what relegated Bad Boy to the box. I was like, why would I bring Butterfree? Why would I bring Giga Drain Butterfree when I can just have this Thunderbolt electric type Pokemon anyways? So yeah, that is, I think I like the free 4 tier. Not quite a massive contributor, but you do get the free Elite Four. And that's it for the very first Nuzlocke. Pretty underwhelming. There weren't a whole lot of Pokemon, honestly. I'm surprised. I mean, you can tell I've gotten a lot better at storytelling. Like, I think the run was just so focused on this Onix that it kind of took away from everything else. Like, I don't even really remember ever even mentioning the starter, like after we got the Gyarados and stuff like that. So then somehow immediately I transitioned from the first Fire Red Leaf Green Nuzlocke straight into Emerald Kaizo, where we have help. And you know what? I think the aptly named Grovyle starter in Emerald Kaizo, it kind of was the perfect encapsulation of all of my starters in Emerald Kaizo until the winning attempt. They all just died. And crazy that the one time I kept my starter Pokemon alive, I ended up winning the run. I would say it's not your fault. You know, there was so much unfamiliarity with the game. I don't necessarily blame the Grovyle. It was probably being brought to stuff that didn't need to be brought to. And it died to a stupid Metatite in Brawly's gym. So the run did not even make it past Gym 3, so we don't have very many to talk about. But one that I do have to talk about is Growlithe the Skitty, which I'm going to put in larger than life, but I do feel that we need a new tier. I want a new tier that's above below average. I want a tier called disappointed initially, but proved me wrong. I think this would be a good tier for a Pokemon like Growlithe the Skitty. Clearly, I wanted something else. Clearly, I did not want Skitty here. And, but this is the type of Pokemon where I have no expectation for it, and then it eventually just does something that makes me be like, whoa, that was not what I was expecting. But because we still reference the Skitty strats to this day, when we talk about a Pokemon that nobody believed in, that somehow proved everybody wrong, that some Twitch chatter still owes me like $200, bet me $200 that I could not beat Roxanne on my first attempt. He didn't say my first attempt. He said like my first 50 attempts. And then we pulled out Growlithe the Skitty and we beat Roxanne on our first attempt with no deaths. So thanks to the Skitty strats, attempt 1 kept going of Emerald Kaizo. Maddie Shrew, I think below, we need another tier. I have a lot of tier ideas. This is the literally who tier because I genuinely do not remember this Pokemon. And that goes for Maddie Shrew and LeBron. Honestly, Weed. I don't remember any of these Pokemon. Part of this is probably just because this run was so long ago and it was the very first attempt, and I don't remember like a lot of these Pokemon. Spineless though. I don't even want to say disappointed initially, but proved me wrong. I think Spineless goes into like the solid tier. Spineless was solid. This is Grimer's. I don't remember the encounter rate on it, but it's not a Pokemon you get a ton in early game Emerald Kaizo runs. So it's like fun to get it on the first attempt. It has Memento, so a lot of times you don't even catch this guy, but I think he just goes into the solid tier. Michael the Love Disc. This is literally the one gym wonder Pokemon. It's technically 2 gyms that it really excels in, but I mean this could be like the mascot of the one gym wonder tier. Like you use Love Disc for the first 2 gyms in Emerald Kaizo, you utilize the Charm Squad, and then you're gone. And on that same wavelength, I'm gonna put Brawny here as well. We can keep 2/3 of the Charm Squad together. Miss Struggle. This was just let's see. I think this it's crazy to have this Gyarados in like a mid tier and a low tier, but I think just because the run did not go very far, Miss Struggle just did what it was supposed to do. It didn't do anything extraordinary. It didn't It wasn't blowing you away. It wasn't a crazy cracked Gyarados or anything. It wasn't even a solid Gyarados. It was just below average because it never had the chance to shine, really. Maidenless. I mean, I don't remember this one at all. This might just be the Emerald Kaizo attempt 1 tier. Blubby Blubby did its job. I don't have anything really to say about this. These are kind of hard because like it's a video that died like before Gym 3. Like balls. Honestly, no. We need. Okay, it's finally time to add the row below. It's finally time to add the worse than useless. Getting these Pokemon actively hurt the run. That includes stuff like Voltorb, getting Swinub. Like, if I'd gotten a better ground type, who knows? I might have just won on attempt 1, but Swinub was such a useless encounter that we ended up wiping in Watson's gym. If I get a different Pokemon, maybe it's a different story. We still don't have a massive contributor. No balls, like solid. I don't think this is the type of run where you get a massive contributor. I think that all these just kind of fall into the solid. Not your fault tier. These are ones that died. This is kind of a tier reserved for Pokemon that actually died. All right, so that's EK attempt 1 down. Let's see. Okay. And now we have the relay Nuzlocke. Where it's gonna be curious to rank some of these because like I didn't use a lot of these Pokemon. A lot of these Pokemon I was in call while they were being used, but I wasn't necessarily the one using them. This Tepig died very early, and it died in a way that I don't even really remember commenting about it. So I think that just goes into not your like this was just a byproduct of someone rushing through the game as quickly as they could, and they just killed the starter. Smile, on the other hand, you get to be. Yeah, we'll. I think it's also not your fault. You didn't get used, and I think you died. I think. God, I need I need another tier. MatPat. Honestly, this just goes in like below average. If you're getting a Watchog, you're probably going to be below average. Like Blue Eyes Gray Chipmunk would have been in this tier, but this thing never did anything. One Pokemon that did do something, Slurp Juice. I think you're always disappointed when you get one of the monkeys, but it did kind of clutch up the very first gym for us. So I think that's worth at least getting into this tier. Oh, baby. And there he is. Corey. Is Corey the greatest Nuzlocke Pokemon in Captain Kid history? It's certainly run defining. Corey is without a doubt run defining. But I could even go beyond. I think I could go even further beyond with Corey. I think there's no Pokemon that one had a bigger impact and two had the long-lasting legacy that is required for, dare I say, GOAT status. And I think we have to put Corey as the greatest of all time. I truly don't think that there is a Pokemon that I can think, when I think of Nuzlocks on the Captain Kid channel, this is a Pokemon that somehow defied all of the odds. It was the most clutch Pokemon you've ever seen. Everybody would click Rock Blast with Corey, Eviolite Boldore, and it would always get the exact amount that it needed. Like, Corey is the only Pokemon that had an emotional RIP montage tacked on to the end of the video because we were so sad that it died. I literally had to end the run when Corey died. I didn't even want to continue playing. And I think because of that, and because of the legacy that you see that it has left with all of the other Boldors, every single other Boldor on this list tries to live up to the GOAT. I think he's truly one of one. And I think for that, Corey deserves to be at the top of the tier list. So the career-defining Sturdy, the Onyx, only lasted a little bit. Thank God. I'm not even going to put the clip in this video. No Onyx clip will be in this video, but we know. Yeah, Corey definitely career-defining at minimum. I think he has to go into GOAT tier. All right. Pilot. I need like a funny names tier. Like something in like the worst cooks. Like a Pokemon that never got used, but like best nicknames. It's better than useless because it at least gets a chuckle out of me. It's probably better than worst cooks too. Actually, you know, it needs to go above literally who, because literally who implies that I don't even remember it. Yo, what's good, Panic? Welcome in. Yeah, this gets to go above literally who because it's like the most. This is best nickname. It's like an award, and I think I just like something about P-Dove being named Pilot after Jan's Emerald Kaizo run saving Swellow. I think is just so funny to me. We're finally landing starts playing. I've added all these tiers in the top two. Don't even have a Pokemon in them. So we need to find some massive contributors and fast. I think that'll, as I got better at storytelling, I think we'll start to get those. We can go deeper. We must add more tiers. Schnappy. I think Schnappy was... How did this... I think Jan got this killed, I'm pretty sure. I think Jan had to sack this. I think Schnappy gets its own special. Okay, we need a new tier. This one obviously needs a new tier. Not even the best Nuzlocker in the world could save you. Which, like, come on. What are we doing? If you can't even survive when the best Nuzlocker in the world is piloting you, like, you had no chance at all. This tier list is going to be a mess by the end. I think I might have more tiers than Pokemon. Okay, Dream. Oh, and I can't add another. I can't just keep adding new tiers. I was gonna put this in the Dream Luck tier, but I don't. I think we save that for a different dream. I want to put this in literally who, but this was on the Elite Four team. Dream made the Elite Four. I think Dream has to go into solid. No, Dream was definitely solid. How does one even gather this data? I watched over all of my videos. I rewatched them all. I studied the scripts. Best nickname would be good for Dream. Dream, that is good. That is a good one. Are all of Jan's Pokemon just going to go into best nickname? Mommy was like... Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. What if we add one more tier? What if we just add one more tier? I promise that we're gonna get to a point where we stop.
I promise I can stop. I can stop at any point. I need one more tier. We have the wasted potential. I think wasted potential is like the gatekeeper between like a good Pokemon and a bad Pokemon, basically. I don't know if Prove Me Wrong feels like it's a good Pokemon. I think I need to move this up. Yeah. I think I'll give it the... Yeah. Would Bad Boy go into Wasted Potential? No, because it did its job. Wasted Potential feels like it never got to shut... Mommy truly never... Mommy over-leveled 2 different players. Both Jan and I think Jacob over-leveled Mommy. So it just never got used. Mommy never got used. And I think it almost cost us the run. But yeah, she never got to ball. One more tier will fix everything. Trust me, the tier list will be perfect. I know I have 2 tiers that have not had anything put into them yet, but just wait. You gotta hold on. I think these go into the best nickname tier. The beef. The Peachal naming the Trubbish Alpharad, and then Alpharad picking up the split, and then naming the Trubbish Peachal. It was perfect. Pikmin 4 again. This is another literally who Pokemon that was on the Elite Four. I don't know how I think this just goes to show how good and how influential Corey was. I have blocked out of my memory 2 of my Elite Four Pokemon. None of these Pokemon get free 4 because I wiped. Oh man. So yeah, those just get a nice little solid ranking. Tendies, again, another Elite Four Pokemon. I think it just has to go solid. We're just gonna start throwing everything I don't really care about in solid. Deltarune, this is literally who. I don't remember this Pokemon at all. Aerith, this was definitely one gym wonder. Aerith was absolutely a one gym wonder. I think it was it Clay? I think it might have been Clay that Jacob caught Aerith, and then that was like a huge benefit to have. So Aerith absolutely deserves one gym wonder. Didn't quite have, like, if you made the Elite Four, I feel like you have to be in solid at the very least. Enel, not your fault. This Pokemon ran into an optional trainer battle while the rain was up. The poor Emolga never stood a chance. This one goes into literally who. I do not remember that one at all. Big Woman. Oh, you know I remember Big Woman. Could I potentially even go massive contributor? See, the problem is, I think with some of these older Nuzlockes is I don't quite remember how impactful some of these Mons ended up being. Like I think Big Woman was a big contributor, but it was just like, I don't know if it was more than stuff like these guys. So I think I kind of want to just put it here. I do like Big Woman a lot. Rayquaza, absolutely a one gym wonder. Rayquaza the Fracture. We set up those, all tribes set up those dragon dances, and Drayden did not stand a chance. Bro folded so quickly. He was not ready for the dragon dance Fracture. Skin, another literally who. I don't remember that Pokemon at all. Escavalier. I do remember this Pokemon. I want to put it in worse than useless. Escavalier, all it had to do was sweep frickin' what's her name? The psychic type Elite Four girl from the Sleepy Girl. I forget what her name is. Black and White Elite Four. Is it Caitlyn? Yeah, Caitlyn. All he had to do was sweep Caitlyn. Literally clicks Bug Buzz,
Lead Reunicliffe lives on 1 pixel. Escavalier couldn't do its job, and so you get worse than useless. Sorry, buddy. And that is the relay Nuzlocke. And then we never talk about what happened to Corey. Nobody ever talks about what happened after that. If it wasn't for Escavalier, it would have been a different story. But unfortunately, we don't live in that timeline. Oh, why are we on this now? I mean, I like this playlist, but... Okay. Now we move into the first ever draft lock, which I think this is when like we start getting into the territory of I feel like I'm becoming a good Nuzlocker, and like people are starting to understand that, right? Like I'm at least better than the average Nuzlocker at this point. I feel like I've been playing EK. Like I've added some notches into my belt, so I think we start getting into like in order for a Pokemon to get into this tier, I feel like I had to improve enough as a Nuzlocker to even know how to utilize a Pokemon to get into this tier, right? So starting off, we had the Roselia. This was just an easy budget pick. Classic 1 Gym Wonder. Swept Roxanne. That was it. That was it. All we needed to do. And I think this is the first Gyarados that really popped off. This Gyarados basically won me the entire... This was the first overall pick. I would maybe even go career defining here. I'm trying to think if there was another Pokemon. I think I could do... I think this very first draft lock Gyarados was pretty career defining for me. Like this was the point where people knew me as a sweat. I was a try hard. I love doing Nuzlocks. I love Nuzlocke races. I love draft. I just love being like the analytical spreadsheet guy. I came prepared. I was ready to win this race, and I think ripping off Gyarados pick 1-1 was like this was it. This one set me off. This one set me off on my Nuzlocking career. This one set me off on like the sweaty try hard. I always want to be trying to play optimally path. And I do think that this Gyarados pick was, while it did fall into my lap, it was very calculated because I knew that this was the Pokemon that would win me the Nuzlocke race and get me the best video. Shedinja? It feels... I think I need to go 1 Gym Wonder on this one. 1 Gym Wonder, it could in theory sweep Brawly, but I was scared that it wouldn't be able to because like this was the first time doing the draft lock, and I wasn't sure if there would be like some super effective moves that got added or something like that. So there was a fear that the Makuhita might have a dark type move, but they were unchanged, so it could have. But then it came back and redeemed itself by being super good into Juan, because Juan had no Pokemon that could touch Shedinja. So back in the day, back in the first draft lock, when we had to use individual rare candies with no speed up the entire time, it was brutal. Gyarados will make you Nuzlocke Run and Bun. I mean, I have Nuzlocked Run and Bun. I just haven't posted the video about it, so that's why none of those guys are on here. I haven't beaten it, but I have Nuzlocked it. One day we will return. Same thing for Graveler. Graveler could go into 1 Gym Wonder or Not Your Fault, but like all these are Pokemon that didn't really do anything, so I feel like it just needs to go into 1 Gym Wonder. It was 1 Gym Wonder with the potential to be like a massive contributor, but I feel like the draft lock is going to be a lot of like 1 Gym Wonder Pokemon, because you kind of are picking Pokemon that you know are going to do well into a certain gym, right? Steelix. This thing, I would say solid, probably. It's like close to being a massive contributor, I think.
But ultimately, I think I want to go solid. Swellow. Now this was a run-defining pick. I was basically out of the competition. I had fallen very far behind because of this Steelix. The Steelix had broken my game to a point where it felt unrecoverable. I got to Norman's gym. Norman wasn't even there. So I like felt really bad that I kept pausing the race. And so I was just like, forget it. I'm just going to message the modders. I'm basically going to like remove myself from the race. I'm just going to get that all fixed. And then like, I'll get back going once we got it all fixed. So that was like a 15-minute delay or something. So I had basically resigned at that point. And then Guts, Facade, Swellow came online, and every trainer I would just drive through, just pile drive through them. And this Swellow basically got me back into the race, and it ended up coming to the E4. It ended up getting the killing blow on the Ludicolo with Aerial Ace that sent us into the Hall of Fame to win. And talking about just like the closest Elite Four ever, that one went absolutely down to the wire. And yeah, Swellow's the one that got us there. Tentacruel, this was like probably one of the worst Tentacruels, but still just like, I don't know if there's going to be a Tentacruel that's ever below solid, honestly. Like, what I did is I just realized that I needed to gather up the strongest monsters I had and just go. And Tentacruel fell in that. Honestly, Yanma goes into worst cooks. I don't know what I was doing. Why did I even bring this thing into Norman? It was just there to die. Actually, maybe like between worst cooks and useless, I think we need a row below, because I didn't really cook anything with that. I think we just need a let's see. We need like a came in. Let's see. I'm just gonna say enters, dies. that's the Yanma tier. A Pokemon that came into one fight and just got obliterated. The existed tier. Yeah, maybe that's a. I do like having the fact that they just die. Stantler, I'm just gonna say like below average. Like, it didn't really do anything wrong, but it wasn't like good. Hitmonchan, one gym wonder for sure. It did help me get through Norman. I did kind of need the fighting type to get through Norman. Lantern, this was in the E4. Did I have this for Flannery? Wait, hold on. I need to go back and do a little bit of VOD review for myself. Let's see. I don't know if I had this for I think it evolves at level 29, right? So I would have it for Flannery. Let's see, playlists. Becoming the world's best Nuzlocker. Awesome. God, I have so much work to do. I've still got a long ways to go. Okay. Onyx is evolving. Wait, hold on. Okay, this is... I think I did use this a little bit on Flannery. Let's see. Oh, wait, no, I used the Gyarados. Well, I already have the Gyarados in creative. I think I remember this Lantern being really good. I remember this Lantern doing a lot. I would put this Lantern in massive contributor. I think this was mid EK grind at this point. I was so Lantern pilled. Like, look at how many Lanterns I was using. I had Lantern on like a lot of my Nuzlockes early on. I say that now I can't find any. There's one. Maybe this is the only other one. I just felt like I was using Lantern a lot. I was such a Lantern believer at this point. And it shows. Magneton, I feel like was to a lesser extent. I think it was just like solid. I definitely used Lantern a lot more. This was just like a good solid Magneton. Sceptile, I think all three of these go into free form. I don't know how all of these Pokemon fell to me. Like, how they let me get away with drafting all of these Pokemon is still beyond me. I think I spread a little propaganda. I was like, oh, Tyranitar's not even really that good. Like, you know, you don't even get it until the E4. To be fair, Tyranitar didn't do a whole lot. It was really the Metagross. I have no idea how I got this thing. I don't know how I got Metagross. Or Sceptile, really. Because I think the way it worked is I was last in the draft. So we did a snake draft. And so I was last in the draft order. And so we picked all of our starter Pokemon first. And nobody picked Trico. So I was able to get Sceptile. And then I immediately, on the back end of the snake, grabbed Gyarados here with my first pick, like in the actual Pokemon. And so yeah, you can see we're starting to fill these like higher tiers here now. Oh, God. Oh, the plush lock. Oh, these are going to be hard to rank. Because like a lot of them kind of, the ones that got like really unlucky, I need like a bad luck tier or something. Let me see, my Flop City is a good one. We'll have to put the Flop City tier on there. I do love the plush lock, an underappreciated, very underappreciated video for sure. Pignite. I mean, Pignite did about all you would expect it to do. For like the middle evolved starter Pokemon, it was just solid. It was just solid. Like, it was, I think it was slightly better than One Gym Wonder. It was solid. Palpitoad? This is when the Palpigoat first started. I would say Palpitoad is massive contributor, possibly run defining. Like, when I think back on that video, the run defining tier is definitely like, when I think of this video, what Pokemon do I think of? And Palpitoad, I think, is in that tier. Like, when I look at everything else, I don't remember any of these, but I do remember Palpitoad, and he got them grippers out. You never forget these grippers, that's for sure. Munna, I think this goes in worse than useless tier. This Pokemon was so bad. If I'd rolled anything else on the wheel, I might have been able to win this challenge run, but Munna was just so bad. I couldn't do anything with this Pokemon. The Galvantula, I feel like the way that a lot of these Pokemon died, I got really unlucky on... I don't know if I got unlucky. I played bad and got unlucky. Okay, wait. We're going to make a couple of separate tiers. Okay, we're going to make a... we're going to add a couple of tiers here. I'm going to have a... No, we'll move this. We'll have Dream Luck, parentheses, good. And we'll also have Dream Luck, parentheses, bad. If the luck was really bad, I think Dream Luck good goes much higher. Where it's like, probably like right here. And then this was the bad luck. Yeah, we'll keep it that. I think these ones, they didn't get like outrageously unlucky, but it was unlucky enough to where it was memorable, and they probably don't die if they get luckier. And I think the way that run kind of ended, like where I really messed up, honestly, Fracture goes into not your fault tier. Because the Fracture, I'd been playing so much EK that I was like so ROM hack pilled and I could have set up a free dragon dance on a heel turn, and it just wasn't even, I wasn't even thinking about it. And so I instead attacked, but if I'd set up the free dragon dance, I think I would have been able to sweep, and then like we probably make it through. And I think these two just got like unlucky. We'll see. Maybe they don't. Maybe I'll prove myself wrong, but not much to say about the plush lock. It was a pretty straightforward video. But now we're getting into some good stuff. Now we're getting into a point where I feel like I'm really establishing what I like to do as a Nuzlocker, and it's the weird, wacky Nuzlocks. And that's where we get Pokemon Sweet. What a great video, great run. Just a lot of wacky moments. I mean, you can just see a lovable cast of characters. Dreamluck speedrunner versus Dreamluck content creator. True. The two paths. Pystois is again, it's like the starter of the run. I really like it. Kind of set us off on the right foot, but very similar to No Cap in the very first Nuzlocke. It was just like solid. It kind of got crept by, it kind of got power crept by some of the other Pokemon that we had later in the run, to where it was like, it was memorable. Actually, looking at it now, no, I need to put some respect on Pystois' name. I need to go massive contributor. It definitely did a lot of work. Like run defining is got to be saved for some really good mons, but Pystois definitely deserves massive contributor. Like I think it did do more than No Cap at the end of the day, and some of these guys. Leganium, I think, is certainly disappointed initially, but proved me wrong tier. This Pokemon, famously, there was one Twitch chatter that was like, bro, Licoritas sucks. You just got the worst encounter. This basically worse than an ice type. And then Leganium ended up being like one of the core 3 Pokemon. The other of which being Cupcat, which had an unfortunate name. But these 3, like it almost feels kind of bad putting it down here, but I don't think it did as much as these 2, so I'm fine like leaving it down here just because I feel like the tier fits very well. But those 3 were all really big. Cupcake, my goat. Yep. That we all love Cupcat. We all love Cupcat around here. Cottomoth, definitely just a 1 gym wonder. Like it was super helpful in the first gym, but it was a good Pokemon. It did help out. It definitely it saved us. It allowed for a very easy first gym. Ferment, I just useless. Never even used it. Torterang, it enters, dies. The only thing I remember about the Pokemon is eating it, so not good for it. Applin, I could see going into best nickname. Yeah, let's put into best nickname. I think it's just funny that this is Applin before Applin was cool. Lollywhack, literally who? I don't remember using this thing at all. I remember it more in Pokemon Sweet Tooth because it had a Mega Evolution, but that's about it. So Keratorb is interesting. I feel like enters, dies implies that it was useless. So I feel like I need like an enters booms. Because it did do something. Yeah, Torterang wasn't even very good. Like it kind of fits the 1 gym wonder. But it wasn't like it got me out of a sticky situation. I'm gonna add just one more tier. Just one more tier. I promise, just one more. Okay, with that, I want to add, I think in free 4, I want to change this one. I want to do that. We have the enters.
boom tier, which is Keratorb. Yeah, you know, I think that's funny. I think it's funny to have the boom tier. It's like just you used the limited amount of potential that you had. Because honestly, wait, no. All my boom mons, I feel like historically have not done what they were supposed to. So actually, this does go below wasted. This is wasted potential, but we actually saw it come to fruition. I want the red, the explosion. Flangoose, it was just useless. Like, we had other orange type Pokemon, namely Rhysicle, who didn't do a ton. It tasted very good though. I did like eating this Pokemon. I would say like one Gym Wonder. It feels like Cottonmouth tier, honestly. It did help out a little bit. I do remember using it. I definitely used it more than Flangoose, that's for sure. All right, Candix. This Pokemon did absolutely nothing, but it 100% belongs in the best nickname tier. I didn't even nickname it. That's just the Pokemon's name. But it's too good. The best part about this Pokemon that you can't even see is that there's one stray pixel like right here for some reason. I'm glad this Pokemon didn't die, because if this Pokemon died, I might not have teeth anymore. Bertzel, like equal. Oh, actually, no, it helped more. I would say like below average. It wasn't great, but it didn't do anything crazy. Snorlax, awful Pokemon, useless. Like, you could put so many Pokemon from Pokemon Suite in the useless tier just because they had no idea how to balance a Pokemon game. They really didn't know what they were doing. Like, they just had no idea what they do. All of these Pokemon, bad, just horrible. Raticate did some stuff. I think Raticate was like a one Gym Wonder. Banana Buzz, I think same, also a one Gym Wonder. Not like we kind of got the big contributors early, and then I never really got anything beyond that. Metaberry, okay, I need a tier for like, I feel like another one below wasted potential is the I'm you but better tier. Well, no, that doesn't, no. That actually doesn't work. Hold on. What would it be? Like, this is the Pokemon that got replaced. Was Gumball not in the first game? I think Gumball was in the first game. I just didn't get one. I never had a Gumball. I do love Gumball, though. I was always disappointed that I never had one. Where do I break Metaberry? Because it never really came to anything, but like I had... There's wasted potential, and then I feel like there's like had potential. I just never really got to use this Pokemon because it immediately got replaced by this guy. Immediately got replaced by this guy. I guess I'll just go in the wasted potential tier. Like, I feel like there was something there, but I just never really got to use it. But then we have B-Sour. This Benchwarmer... I mean, Benchwarmer kind of implies that it's not very good, though, I feel like. Like, Benchwarmer feels like below average or something like that. Like, I don't know. You're on the team. Maybe Benchwarmer is okay. Like, you're on the team, but you're just not doing anything. I could see that. B-Sour, though, when I think of the original Pokemon Sweet Tooth,
this is the Pokemon that I think of. I think of B-Sour, the Big P. This Pokemon was placed over the Parasect Learn set. So this got to be this just put everything to sleep and made it so easy. Made the game so easy. We were playing the game on easy mode when we had B-Sour. This Pokemon was so broken. It was, I mean, just a generational run. Part of me wants to put career, like, I kind of want to put a career-defining Pokemon. You know what? We'll put Two-Berry in there. We'll put Two-Berry in career-defining. Oh, man. Because, like, I feel like Pokemon Suite was such a transformative video for me in terms of, like, realizing that those are the types of Nuzlocks that I have the most fun with. I don't know who would be the one to go there. Maybe I'll just put Pistoise up there. Or should I? No, we'll put Two-Berry. We'll put Two-Berry. People won't understand. The Nick Foles tier, career backup. Yeah. If I end up having more, the thing is, Metaberry might be the only one. There's like a couple of others I feel like that got like replaced. Reginger, I feel like it could have exploded. There's Paris the goat from Evolution. He's way down here. We got a long ways to go before we get to Psilocybin, the Paris. I don't think Reginger actually boomed on anything, but it didn't do anything. Which was kind of on purpose. I didn't really want to use this. And then we have the Pokemon that carried the entire Elite Four. I think Crowberry has to go in the larger than life tier. This has been an emote on the channel ever since. It was an emote on the channel for the Elite Four. Like, I needed people to spam this awesome face. People are spamming. I don't have chat up right now, but you can see people spamming it right now. It's now locked behind subs, but it used to be a member only, or it used to be a follower emote. But then I ran out of follower emote slots. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, look at it. Cap Kid Troll, baby. Yeah, the people love Crowberry. Just a disgustingly broken Pokemon. In a world of so many, like, just... What's like the opposite of min-maxing? Just like a jack of all trades. In a world of a bunch of jack of all trades, or like not even a jack of all trades. Whatever, a bad like a master. I don't even know where I'm trying to go with this. But Crowberry was the one standout. It actually got given a good stat spread. It has no stab moves. It's a blueberry type Pokemon that only learns chocolate type moves, but it gets guts with like an insane base attack, an insane base speed. So you can just sweep the entire Elite Four with it. It was awesome. Yeah, it was just Machamp. It was just Machamp. Crowberry was just Machamp, which is really funny. And then Two-Berry, I'm doing this. Not because I never actually use the Pokemon. The video ends when Two-Berry shows up on screen, but I think something about seeing this Pokemon and this sprite, it clicked in my brain. I was like, this is what I need to do. I need to find silly, wacky Pokemon ROM hacks, Pokemon games, whatever. I just want to do the silly, wacky Nuzlocks. This is the career path for me. Why is the spoon so floppy? I don't like it. But I think I have to put... There has to be a Pokemon Suite representative in career defining. And I feel like it's fair to just put one that's emblematic of the whole game and that I didn't actually use in the run. So I'm going to put Two-Berry. Just consider this the Pokemon Suite Tooth. Consider this the Pokemon Suite box art, basically. All right. We still have so many to go. Holy moly. Okay. Now we are getting into another banger. The Shiny Lock.
And these are going to be hard to rank. There's not as many of them. I think immediately you just have to put the starter in run defining. I think it's just so easy. Like, it is... I don't know. What are these tiers? Yo, it's good, Raphael. They're awesome tiers is what they are. I actually think... Okay. The Deku... No, I don't know. I might have to put 2 in run defining. I feel like there were 2... Maybe 3. I think there were 3 run defining Pokemon in this. I think there were 3 run defining Pokemon in the Shiny Lock. It was obviously the starter. I accidentally reset over the first one, which is like a big deal. You know, that is run defining. I got my run started late because I couldn't help myself, but accidentally reset over a shiny Pokemon. Then there was the long and painful grind for Dream, the shiny Ghastly. 3 times over odds we went. Truly, actually, you know what? Dream looked good. Dream looked good, but also bad, kind of. I don't know if this really works. It did take me a very long time. I don't know if I like that. Let's see. I gotta find a better Pokemon chill music playlist. 3 hours. Let's use that one. Yeah, we'll put Dream and Dream Look Good, even though it's kind of the opposite of Dream Look. Let's see. Because then the other run-defining Pokemon to me, it's definitely got to be Lady Luck. Maybe Massive Contributor. Actually, no, the more I think about it, I think I'd rather put Lady Luck in Massive Contributor. She was definitely a huge help. I think of Lady Luck a lot. No, given how many I had to go through, yeah, no, Lady Luck is definitely run defining. I think because I'm looking at it through the lens of like the Pokemon and their impact in the run, but also the impact that they had on the video. And our trans rights mascot, Lady Luck, that took all of these other Pokemon to get first. I went through 2 other shinies before I finally got the last of the 3 in the shiny Heracross. And yeah, no, she definitely defines the run. She made people mad. She's her. She is her. All right. And then the other guys, this is like when I thought of the tier of disappointed initially, but proved me wrong. The other pink Heracross is the one that I thought of. I felt like this was the Pokemon that was this is like the mascot of this tier. I guess it's just the monkey tier and then Leganium. But I was like definitely disappointed to get this Apom, but then Ampapom ended up being, I think in terms of impact, one of the highest impact Pokemon in the run, which kind of feels wrong for it to be way down here, but because I was so disappointed, this is like the perfect tier for it. Shatshrew, one gym wonder for sure. I don't think I ever used it beyond it got us through Bugsy, and that is all I wanted it to do. So good job, Shatshrew. You will live under the shadow of Matshrew forever. Ho-Oh. It did some stuff. Did it prove me wrong? I don't know. It feels bad to just put all the Dream. I'm just gonna put another. No, this is Dream Luck bad. This is Dream Luck bad. I got this shiny quickly, but it wasn't the shiny I wanted. Yeah, this is Dream Luck bad. Strider, the shiny Abra. Honestly, for an Abra, it was brave natured, so plus attack minus speed. This was a below average Abra. This Alakazam kind of sucked, actually. It goes into below average. Slim Shady. I feel like this is when we start really getting into the massive... This is when we start seeing the Gyarados populate this territory. The Gyarados will start propping up here more and more as we get through all of the different videos that I've done. The Fall Guy, he did kill Ho-Oh, which was funny. He did kill Ho-Oh, which was very funny. But does that fit? That doesn't really fit anything. He did a funny. Honestly, that goes into Enter's Boom. It's about the mindset, okay? I shiny hunted for the shiny Ho-Oh just to kill it with Fall Guy. He didn't explode himself, but he sent a message. Oh my god. Then we have this idiot. This also this goes into Dream Luck bad. Nah, this is worse than useless. I would have rather had no shiny than the shiny Onyx. I finally wanted to redeem myself, finally fulfill my lifelong childhood dream of getting that shiny Makuhita that evaded me when I was a kid. The first ever shiny that I saw. I didn't have any Pokeballs. I thought, what better opportunity to redeem myself than get a shiny Makuhita and the shiny only Nuzlocke, and then this guy reared his ugly head around. Worse than useless. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. And then it died to freaking Light Ball Pikachu. All right, Emerald backwards. This was a really fun run. I liked this run a lot. My game plan was to have Pokemon that would kind of throughout the game, the team would dwindle slowly. You know, like Salamence would obviously go very early. Once you lost access to Dive, you would lose Gorbis. Absol was supposed to stick around for a little while longer. Magneton was supposed to be there kind of like until mid-game, and then you would just have to have these two to carry you through the early game. And I think I need a tier below useless. I think we need Flop City. You can't even read this. Can I change the text color? No, we can't. Okay. We're going to go here. Flop City. The Absol didn't even make it out of the Elite Four. This Absol was so bad that it died before I ever even got to use it. Losba? I never even got to change its nickname. I never even made it out of the Elite Four to change the nicknames. So this should just be Absol. Absol definitely gets Flop City. It was worse than useless. It was worse than useless, but not worse than useless tier. It just completely flopped. You know what? Maybe flops. Nah, we'll keep worse than useless as the bottom tier. Then you have Eknimalis. Eknimalis, definitely the free 4 tier just gets to be the pseudo legendary tier, I guess. That's kind of the point of the pseudo legendaries, right? Like in your average Nuzlocke, you're not going to have these guys throughout the course of your entire playthrough for the most part. So they kind of are here just designed as Elite Four Pokemon. And that's, I never get to use Salamence. So I was like, let's use this opportunity here. Picked Salamence, made the Elite Four very free for us. Definition of the free 4 tier. Cyberog, I want to put this Pokemon higher. Like, it did feel kind of like a massive contributor, but it wasn't there for very long. I feel like it would be a disappointed initially, but prove me wrong Pokemon, but I literally picked it. So I couldn't have been disappointed. I picked my team. So I think it just falls into solid. It did make me a Gorbis enjoyer. I thought it was really fun to use like some Pokemon that I never really get to use. Nottingham, the Magneton, this definitely I think was a massive contributor. This did a lot for us. Obviously you have to when you only have 3 Pokemon for most of the game. You have to be putting in some work. And Nottingham was definitely putting in that work. And then we have the final 2 remaining Pokemon. I feel... Oh, man. So, ultimately, I think Tentacruel did more throughout the entire run. I actually think it's worth putting both of them in run defining. That's how good they both were. I think that both of these Pokemon deserve to be in run defining. This Tentacruel was insane. This Tentacruel, it beat... it allowed us to beat Flannery. It allowed us to beat Brawly. It had Ice Beam because of the way that, like, you could technically still get to the casino. So it had Ice Beam for Brawly. It had Surf for Norman. Like, it had so many good tools. It turns out that playing the game backwards makes Tentacruel even better. And then Trepmoz, we had, you know, obviously had to get to the very end. If Trepmoz ever died, the run was over. So I think for that alone, it has to be run defining. But this Tentacruel just deserves some love because it was so good. It did so much. So I absolutely love this Tentacruel. All right, and now we get into the Pokemon Puffy Pink version, the Soul Link with Failboat. Oh, I have looked back so fondly on this run. So many great, I think without a doubt, my favorite nicknames in the series. No, this is, okay, this is where I definitely need like a bench warmers or, what's like the opposite of I'm you, but better? Who's like the one that would be the receiving end, on the receiving end of the statement, I'm you, but better? What would that tier be called? Because we have like cart and then we have the cooler cart. I got the shiny. I'm you, but worse. I mean, that could work. I think I have a funny. I think I have a funny name for it. Let me get there first. Let me get there first. No, I have an idea for it. I have an idea. Let me write it down because it's so late. I might forget it. Okay. I think starting off strong. Like, I'm so tempted to put I'm so tempted to put Bobogram up in run defining. But like during the mid game, Bobogram kind of fell off. But when I think of this Nuzlocke, I do think of Bobogram. The hypest lab fight ever. It took us 3 attempts. I had to get a crit just to make it out of the lab. I needed to leer twice and then crit just to make it out of the lab. And it was the very last Pokemon standing. Bobogram fought till the bitter end, and I think that was so sweet. I did love this Pokemon. A Bert. You can go literally who. I don't remember. Actually, no, I do remember using you. You'll go in Dreamluck Good. No. Honestly, for a Gutsmon, you were kind of below average. It did, I will say, trying to get you burned did open up for, I'm going to skip a Mookie for now. Actually, we'll just throw it. You did your job. You're a 1 gym wonder. Good job, Mookie. So then we got Cart. And then we got the shiny Cart. The cooler Cart. Which I think we need a new tier. We need another row below. This will be another gray. This will be like the distinction. This is my job was replaced by AI. They just couldn't keep up. These guys just couldn't keep up. This is the tier for Pokemon that they were going to be used, and then an unfortunate incident occurred to where their job has been replaced. So sorry, cart. The cooler cart is here. But it didn't really end up doing anything, so it's just dream luck good. Ooh. See, oh man, there's so many good Pokemon here. Oh, there are a lot of good Pokemon in this run. I think Duty goes massive contributor. Obviously, we had like the Waddle Dee. This is the Waddle Dee Waddle Doo pair. Failboat got their Beam Attack Waddle Doo Pokemon. So like, I feel like for Failboat, this might have been the run defining Pokemon. Duty was just so good. We had the Big D, and then we had Grand D. Like, it could be run defining, but because it died, I think that honor has to go to Poopa Doopa. When I think this has my favorite nicknames, and every time I think back to this run, the first nickname that comes to my mind is Poopa Doopa. And I think it has to be run defining. It was a slow start for Poopa Doopa, but once this thing fully evolved, I mean, it was tearing through gyms, it was tearing through the Elite Four. Like, Poopa Doopa was a name to be feared. And I think that's why it has to be run defining. San, good job. You were the ground type that swept Lieutenant Surge. That's all you get points for. Galdu was honestly just solid. Like, yeah, it was just solid. Go-Go. I'm gonna go. I kind of want to go Not Your Fault. Go-Go's 1000% not your fault, actually. The only reason this Pokemon died is because I was stupid and I had Failboat and I go into Silphco. I was like, oh, let's go in with 5 Pokemon so that we can just grab whatever the Lapras encounter is and then get out. So I went in with 5 Pokemon. We were under-leveled. And they added to that rival fight, the Silphco rival, they added a level 45 ace Pokemon that is not normally there. So we had to deal with a fully evolved starter, an extra Pokemon, only 5 Pokemon. Every Pokemon that died in that fight was absolutely not their fault, which I think this also died. I don't really remember. Sure. In Polish, Poopa and Dupa means literally ass, so it makes it even funnier. I feel like I remember people saying that. Poopa, so do they both mean, so it's just ass? I want to put it into career defining at that point. Drix, who is this guy? Literally who? I don't remember using the funny umbrella man. I don't know how I don't. Oh, Mr. Junior's so good. Oh, I love Mr. Junior so much. I think I want to put Mr. Junior in larger than life. Just because, like, when I think of my favorite nicknames, like, Poopa Doopa's the nickname that I always think of, but Mr. Junior is my favorite nickname of all time. It's just so stupid. It's so silly. It's perfect for the Soul Link. I just love it so much. It ultimately didn't, but it ended up being a good Pokemon. So like it was definitely solid. I brought it to the Elite Four. I want to put it in larger than life. Like every nickname I've ever made for my Pokemon just makes me want. I want to be a Mr. Junior. Yeah, Crowberry had to be in larger than life for sure. Okay, Dama, definitely a not your fault. Oh god. Not my proudest work. I if we were to redo this Nuzlocke, Failboat and I would 1000% win. Because a lot of these were just my fault, just being stupid. This was just playing fast, playing on speed up, wasn't really thinking. Hit into a Revenge Mon, got my Dark type killed. If Failboat and I had been able to evolve this Pokemon, just stack it up. Like, it would have been the freest Elite Four of all time. We have E-Lobster, which I think is going to go into useless just because we got another one. We got Pain, which was the result. This is the Lapras encounter. This is what we got for the Lapras encounter, and I think this one also has to go in Not Your Fault. Like, the snowball effect of, we started losing Pokemon on Agatha, and I just didn't really know what to, I didn't sack this Pokemon off when I needed to, and so the whole thing kind of like, I take so much blame for this Kirby Soul Link failing, and like, this is where you really start to see that. For chat, I think we need a new tier, chat. Chat, I think we need a new tier. Hold on. We need a row below. Hold on. You guys are gonna love this one. Chat, you're gonna love this one. We need the subscribe tier. Please. It took me like 2 whole days to work on this. Please just, you know, like the video, hype the video now. That's the new thing. And comment down below which Pokemon is your favorite. I would love to know. What tier is your favorite, actually? That's what I really want to know. But yeah, please subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the content and want to see more funny Nuzlocke content in the future. That's what I'm here for. Thank you. Anyways, enjoy the rest of the video. Subscribe angry. Yeah, I'm asking. I am no longer asking. I thought Clappers was funny, but we didn't really use it, to be honest. Does Clappers go in best nickname? We have to have a best nickname Pokemon. I think because Clappers didn't actually do anything in game, I'm gonna put it in best nickname. Like, we have to have some Kirby Soul Link representation. P-Honta, literally, I don't remember that Pokemon at all. Cool. We never really used these because they were legendary Pokemon. So I think I'm just going to go into wasted potential. Like, look at that face. No, wait. We did use it once. It's a 1-gym wonder. Yeah, it swept Giovanni. So we had 3 1-gym wonders. Which is kind of feels like it's becoming a trend. To have like a few, almost 2 or 3. This one had a lot, obviously. I feel like the draft locks are going to have a lot. All right, and that's the Kirby Soul Link down. Oh, and now we get into a fun one. Now we get into a fun one. The Dracomon. The bootleg Nuzlocke that was actually, it is without a doubt the worst game I've ever played in my entire life. Dracomon. And we're starting off strong. Hydrogon. Worse than useless. This Pokemon is so bad. I set myself up so badly for the rest of the run because, as you can see, there's a lot of water types in this game. There's a lot of grass types in this game. There is only 1 fire type in all of Dracomon. And you want to guess where you can get that Pokemon? You want to guess where you can get that Dracomon? That's right. The same place you get Hydreigon. So I actively screwed myself by picking this thing. And then all right. Well, let's hear it. I need to hear it. Where are the Petragon fans at, okay? Where are my Petragon fans at? I know you're out there. I know the Petragon fans are watching. Petragon the GOAT. Yep, see, there it is. Petragon somehow the fan favorite. He's got to be larger than life. Petragon. Oh my god. I just love seeing him up here. He is the one beacon of shining light in a world of dog shit. It was Petragon. He is the only one that deserves to be up here. All of the other ones, nobody else is crossing this line. I can tell you that much. Nobody else is crossing this line. Flogon? Who? Literally who? Leafegon? I think Leafegon was enters and dies. I think Leafegon came to one fight, instantly died. Lizargon, or was it? I don't know. One of these. Who knows? Electrogon was just below average. Mizu. Oh, this is not supposed to be Mizugon. Well, you were useless. Dripogon though was kind of heat. Dripogon at least gets to go into best nickname. We did give Drip. This is the only. You can't nickname the Dracomon, but he was colloquially known as Dripogon, and so he definitely gets to go into best nickname. Mizugon. I feel like this is my job was replaced by AI. Mizugon, there's just no purpose for these things. And then last but definitely least. Okay, we need one, just one more tier, I promise. Just let's see. What does this need to be? It needs to be like a blue. Flop City would work. It's the worst encounter of just the worst. So the naming convention in Dracomon is that when a Dracomon evolves, it becomes Hydro Knight, Mizu Knight, Lizard Knight, Leafy Knight. It drops the Gon and it adds Knight. So what do you get when Metagon evolves? You guessed it, Metagon Knight. We absolutely ruined it. We had it right there. We could have had Meta Knight, but instead we got this stupid Metagon Knight, and therefore this will always be the worst. It makes me actively angry that we ruined such a perfectly awesome joke with this awful, awful Dracomon. You forgot? I will never forget. I will never forget. This pisses me off. All right, I think I'm going to try, let's see. I think ads are about to run, so I'm just going to go to the bathroom right now. I will be right back.
Yo, what's good, Joe Bobs? He definitely had a chance to be up there with Petragon. I agree. I agree. Medicon the worst. Oh, you're so right, Spindorf. I didn't even think about that. That's good. That makes it even better. I had to floss. I could feel stuff in... I really need to brush my teeth, but I don't want to make you guys wait too long. Oh, this bothers me. It's not uniform. The long state names, they got me. Whew, all right. Oh my god, we still have so much more. Oh my god, there's still so much more to go. Wow, I might have to start kicking it in overdrive. I mean, some of this stuff, like obviously I'll want to spend a lot of time on the Wonderlock and everything. But some, like, I don't need to spend that much time on like the too many rules and stuff like that, or even some of these, like the favorites. I do have a special tier in mind for the favorites. A was certainly a one gym wonder. That was its entire job. This Pokemon's entire job was to sweep Roxanne, and you did it. Good job, buddy. Alakazam. I think I want to put this Alakazam, like, career defining feels like way too high for this. I don't know. Is it career defining? I did kind of become the teleport guy. This did kind of make me the draft lock teleport guy for a while. It feels very similar to the Gyarados. Screw it, I'm going to put it there. I feel like this is the Alakazam where... Actually, no, this was the first time I did it, actually. I think. Yeah. No, this was the first time that I pulled out the teleport strats in one of the draft locks. And that's been like my go-to technique every single time. These kind of... Like, this kind of goes hand in hand with this Gyarados here. But, it kind of feels like a stretch to call it career defining, but I do feel like there's probably a lot of people that know me as the guy that uses the teleport strats in the draft locks. So I think it rightfully deserves to go up here. You're for sure the draft lock teleport guy. Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, career defining is like such a different tier than like the run defining mons are like the mons that actually were really, really good. And like Gyarados, I think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna put, yeah, I'm gonna put this one at the very end. Actually, I'm gonna do that because this one feels like it was career defining in a way that it was also just really good too. So I feel like it deserves to be at the top of the tier. Also, I just don't want Onyx to be at the top of the tiers. Yo, Palpitoad. I'm gonna say massive contributor. It's almost, I think Palpitoad is on the precipice of being run defining. I don't know. It did sweep 2 gyms in the draft lock. I think that's massive contributor tier, right? Like you have solid tier, you have the free 4, larger than I think that's massive contributor. Run defining would probably be like, oh, I did that the whole run. I guess technically that's kind of what Palpitoad did in this, but there was also a much lower power level. Palpitoad kind of had to do that. I felt like other stuff probably could have done what Palpitoad did. Boldor. This was a sad Boldor. This was a sad Boldor. This Boldor did unfortunately just enter and die. This could never be Corey. There's a reason this guy doesn't have a nickname. This Boldor, look at the difference. We had the goat, but every masterpiece has its cheap copy. And I think we found Corey's cheap copy. Random Boldor from favorite draft lock. Okay, this Gyarados.
I don't even remember using this Gyarados. I don't. Okay, so the problem with how I approach this draft lock is that I wanted to use every single one of my favorites. So I think a lot of these are just going to go into one gym wonder just because like I use them one time and then they would just get boxed. So I think that's going to be what a lot of these are. Like Slacking and Mr. Mime, they were a one gym wonder. They worked in tandem. I pulled out the skill swap tech. I think it was awesome. If I had ended up winning, these guys might have been higher, but it was just a fun little, you know, fun little thing to pull out. You hope Wooper gets in too many types too? Well, I've got good news for you. Crustle, this was actually, I think Crustle was in massive contributor tier. It swept Winona. It like did some other stuff. I feel like I kept it for a little while. I think Crustle was one of the these were like a couple of the standouts in that run. Metagross, honestly, for a Metagross, this one was below average. This was more of like play style than anything. I still want to keep this reserved for Pokemon that like actually died, but so it's like just barely better than a Pokemon that didn't die, or that did die. Buzzwole, another one gym wonder, swept Norman. Not much else to say. Ferrothorn, again, just below like a lot of these just go into this tier. Dusclops was Flop City. Dusclops came in and died. Dusclops entered and died, but I feel like it was worse than, like, I expected it to do something. I think that's the difference. Like, none of these Pokemon I was really expecting to do anything. The Dusclops I kind of expected to do something. That's what the Flop City tier is. Butterfree, unfortunately, I think also falls into Flop City. So in the draft lock, the level up learn set that this Butterfree had is the only one that does not get Quiver Dance before level 46 or by level 46. It gets it at level 47. So Butterfree was literally one level away from being able to completely sweep Juan's gym. And I think it's unfortunate. It's really just a unfortunate circumstance, but it does fall into Flop City. And then the 6 Elite Four Mons that did not get us there. I do have a special, one more special tier. Let's put it, let's throw it here. Let's throw it right here. It's gonna be called, I'm gonna make it yellow. The tier is gonna be called, I wish, why can I not cap, oh. I wish my favorite Pokemon was Miraidon. That's this tier. I think I win the event if my favorite Pokemon is Miraidon. Unfortunately, my favorite Pokemon are these guys, and they didn't make it. You know what's crazy? How was Cramorant not on the list? Cramorant is my favorite Pokemon now. And somehow I didn't have it in my top 30? Maybe I had it and I didn't use it. I don't know. I tried to use everything, and I feel like I would have definitely used Cramorant, but Cramorant has definitely exploded up my favorite Pokemon list. That's for sure. All right, well, that is the draft lock down, or the favorite Pokemon draft lock. Now we have what is there's got to be something from career defining on this, because this is my most viewed Nuzlocke on the entire channel. This is the last of its kind, the final Ultra Sun Wonderlock, which is a very special video to me. It spanned a really long time, and I just think it's a video I'm so proud of, and I really love, and I think it has such a fun story going for it. And starting off with the starter of the run, YT Greenie, which did meet an unfortunate fate. It might have to even go into not your fault tier. I think had I prepared better for the Marowak Totem fight, I think YT Greenie would have gone a lot farther. I think it's really unfortunate. I love Grimer. I love that it was the starter. I do feel bad that you met such an unfortunate fate there. Inkay, another one. Not your fault. I don't even think it was my fault. I still don't know how this Pokemon died. I still don't know why the Pinsir went for X-Scissor into Hariyama. That was not its highest damaging move. So, the world may never know. We got a little too crazy with it. We pivoted one too many times, and Malamar unfortunately lost its life as a result. Now we have the one. When I think of the Wonderlock, the first Pokemon that comes to mind is, of course, the Japanese Breedject Axew. This has to go into career defining. Just because of how big that video is and how fondly I look back on that video, I don't think it would have been possible without this little Japanese Axew. Some random Japanese person, I sent them some crappy Route 1 Pokemon, and they sent back this unwanted Axew that swept totems. It swept Elite Four members. It swept the champion. This Axew truly did it all. And I think it definitely goes that level above run defining and truly became a career defining Pokemon. Am I looking back a little bit on it with rose tinted glasses because the video did so well? Probably yes, but also the Wonderlock was something that I'd always wanted to do. And I feel like this Axew just enabled it. And so I have really fond memories over that. So definitely a career defining Pokemon for me. And then we have the French Pichu, a Pokemon that I put so much time into. The Pokemon that delayed the Wonderlock. The entire reason that I stopped streaming the Wonderlock and then didn't come back to it for 2 years was because I got this Pichu Wonder traded to me, and I didn't want to do the friendship grinding on stream. So I took it off stream, ran in a circle for like a bunch of hours, or probably minutes, but a really long time. I ran in a circle, getting real familiar with this Pichu. And then finally, after 2 years, I come back, I evolve it. I immediately over level it so I can't use it in the first totem fight. And then it dies in the very next one. So, wasted potential for sure. Spinarak, worse than useless. You know what? You did get to survive. You got to be one of the only surviving members of the original batch of Wonder Trades simply because you never got used. So good on you. Mankey didn't really do anything. So I would just say like below average. You know, I feel like not your fault should be above below average, right? I think I have these backwards kind of. Yeah, that feels better to me. Snare Drum. I feel bad putting you like super low. I never really used this Pokemon, but it's part of the Boldore line and it has a very cute nickname. So I think I'm just gonna go best nickname. Forgot the Liliko store even existed, so I never got any Stone Evos in too many types. Oh, gotcha. Ooh, Magikarp. This is definitely Dreamluck bad tier. This, and I'm going to skip ahead, Straiku. The awesome Scyther that we got, both of these go in Dreamluck bad. I still cannot believe how many times I got crit by those stupid totems. The double Solar Blade crit was, oh my god, it was infuriating. That Lurantis fight, one of the unluckiest fights I've ever had, and unfortunately these two paid the price. These would have been such good encounters to have throughout the whole game. This was another Japanese Breedject. This one was just cute and funny, and I didn't get to use them, and it makes me very sad. Oh, but now we get to the two. Now we get to the two that define the video. Magnemite and this Chinese Makuhita. These were absolutely run defining. These two Pokemon, I've never had this before where it was like the duo. I mean, look at them. They're like stanced up. They're protecting each other's back right now. They're so ready to go fight for one another. Somehow they just always paired perfectly. Like they were always setting one another up to clean up kills, and it was just it was just smooth. They really were the Shaq and Kobe of the Wonderlock. And I every time I go back and watch that video, it just makes me so happy to watch them just absolutely carve through every single situation they were tasked with. It was truly artwork, what they were doing out there. And I think I just love how all of the different Pokemon came from different places. Like I think the Magnemite was maybe from Spain originally or something like that, and then this was the Chinese Makuhita. Obviously we had the Japanese Axie. It was like I just loved the Wonderlock so much. It was such a good video. Charmander, this was also another victim of the Lurantis fight. Anything that died in the Lurantis fight just is getting chucked into the Dreamluck bad. Amora, shocking. So this was actually the best I've ever this was the best I've ever had an Aurorus perform. It goes in a massive contributor tier. I can't believe that I'm putting a Pokemon that with one of the worst typings in the game, just god-awful Pokemon. I think Aurorus is normally really, really bad. But somehow this Aurorus actually did quite a lot for me. I got it very early in the run. It did a couple things early game, and then I brought it to the Elite Four, and it actually did some stuff. I'm still kind of speechless because I'm just gonna cheat. I'm gonna skip way ahead. I am going to grab let's see, where are they? The Trash Lock. We got Aurorus in the Trash Lock. This Aurorus was worse than useless. This Aurorus cost me the run. I think if I don't bring this Aurorus into the Elite Four, I might actually win. But Aurorus just sent out and it died immediately. It didn't do anything for me. So this is what I normally think of when I think of Aurorus. But somehow this one, it actually did really well. I was very proud of it. Abra, this was kind of a below average Abra. I'm not going to lie. We didn't get to use that one very much. This one did kind of just die. No, I think it was just below average. I think it was just not very good. Oshawott, I don't remember if I even used Duat. I think this is going in the literally who tier. Oh, we have another good one. So I'm conflicted on Kaka de Vaca because there is the best nickname tier, But unlike Snare Drum, this thing actually put in work. I feel like there's a couple of areas that it could go. It could go in disappointed initially, but prove me wrong. Actually, I think that's the perfect tier for it. We have so many Pokemon in One Gym Wonder, but there's something special about Kaka de Vaca. Not only was I disappointed in the fact that I got a Zubat, I was also just disappointed in the person who would name their Zubat Kaka de Vaca. So I felt like it proved me wrong on multiple levels, which I think is really impressive. And you know what? It was a great Pokemon. It completely walled the final totem fight. I'd had so many deaths to so many of the different totem fights, but Kaka de Vaca was having none of that. So it deserves something for that. Veltom, I do remember using this Wingull. I think it's just going to go into like solid tier. I think it was just like pretty good. It wasn't like anything amazing. Morlul, again, this goes into not your fault. This was totally on me. Oh man, these were in back to back. No, this was in the same fight. Yeah, I felt really bad about these two. Morlul, I don't even know what I was just like clicking Strength Sap onto the Pinsir for some reason. I think I just got crit and died. I could have been putting stuff to sleep, but I was just like, oh, let's just keep clicking Strength Sap. So Morlul, it was fun getting to use you for a little while until I accidentally got you killed. Klefki. This thing's worse than useless. Klefki's absolutely worse than useless. Came in, I guess it was or I'm getting them backwards. It was in the Komodo totem fight. Just absolutely worthless. Just did absolutely nothing. Quagsire, I would say definitely below average. I thought that getting a ground type that I didn't have to grind up for the Togedemaru totem fight, I was like, oh, this is fantastic. Like this fight's gonna be free now. And then it died. So turns out it was not very free after all. So Quagsire could have done a much better job. Okay. This goes into the Enters Boom tier. This Ekans, I only brought to one fight. It was the Mimikyu totem fight. I didn't even level it up. I just threw it in so I could get an Intimidate off. That is literally all it did. It did its job, and then it died. So maybe Enters... I don't know if... Enters Boom implies that it did something good, and so it did kind of do something good. So I'm gonna at least put it here. Froakie... Honestly, this goes Dreamluck. We had a lot of bad luck with the totem fights. If the Marowak had just done anything besides clicking detect, it would have been GG's. I would have hit him with the Waterium Z. They would have died to Hydro Vortex, and then I probably like the fight's just over, you know. Frogadier just wins these, but it clicked protect and things snowballed out of control very, very quickly, and it was not good. So definitely Dreamluck bad. Rat Attack, I love this nickname. I think I love it a little bit more than best nickname territory, because it did actually do something. It was definitely a one gym wonder, or we'll say one trial wonder, but it's the same thing. Durant, it's not enters dies. Is this gonna be another Dreamluck bad tier? Like it did do stuff. Let's say Dreamluck good, you know? Durant was Dreamluck good. It hit all of the hustle, it hit all of its hustle X scissors until it didn't. That's what I'm gonna put it as. It actually did. This Durant had a crazy life. It somehow like lived against a Melodic that rolled like I don't know. It must have rolled a kill with some super low damaging move instead of all the moves that would have killed Durant. Lived on 1 HP and then it was sure death, and then it died, and then of course it missed. It died to like 2 hustle misses in the end. So I think this is an appropriate spot for it. Like I wouldn't quite put it this high up. Keck W. Where do I even put this? I'm gonna go best nickname. This isn't even a Pokemon I used. This is the first time I got to use the shiny claws, and I mean maybe I could go Dreamluck good, but that implies that I actually used it and it did something, but it didn't actually do anything. So I'm just gonna put in best nickname. I traded it away for a Surskit that I never used, so but I wanted to show it off because I think it's cool. Kabigon, the Snorlax. It was like below average, honestly. It didn't really do anything. Actually, it got me like, it didn't die, I don't think. Yeah, I'm just gonna say below average. Piplup. Oh, Piplup. Piplup actually. Okay, I need one that's like below solid, in between solid and 1 Gym Wonder. Or maybe it's above no, I think it's above solid. Yeah, I think it's above solid. We need another tier. This is Clutch Gene. These are Pokemon that literally saved the run. If it hadn't been for Piplup hitting that burn on the Komodo with Scald, 30% chance, I think I wipe. If Empoleon had not clutched up, I think we lose the entire run. Piplup absolutely had that clutch gene. I don't know. There's probably another one that I missed that maybe could fall into this tier, but I'm not sure who it would be. I mean, probably like Corey. The thing is, a lot of the stuff that has the clutch gene are like in this area. But for this Empoleon specifically, like that was its one shining moment. Yeah, you got some studying up to do, Jazzy. I'm trying to think if there's any other like super clutch Oh, I know. Well, the problem is a lot of the clutch gene mons are gonna be. I think I can start adding stuff to the clutch gene. Snivy, worse than useless. Snivy, oh my god. The contrary superior. Talk about a fall from grace. Actually, I'm going to say Flop City. It's not quite as bad as worse than useless, but oh my god, is this Pokemon Flop City. All it had to do was hit a couple of Leaf Storms. That's all you had to do for us, Snivy. You had the Tanga Berry or whichever the bug resist berry is. We were going to have a clean sweep over Olivia. But then Snivy couldn't hit a single Leaf Storm to save its life, except it did one time. But we don't talk about that because it's Flop City around here. Oh my god, this Snivy made me so mad. We had to steer from turn 1 of the first Elite Four fight, where if it had just hit the Leaf Storms, oh my god. Oh my god. It would have been... It was already a deathless Elite Four, but it would have been such a free Elite Four. But things could have really gone wrong. Honestly, like... Oh, man. Yeah, a lot of stuff could have gone wrong this run. Litten, below average. This thing was not very good. Torkoal. Oh, this is not quite run-defining, but absolutely a massive contributor. The Ultra Beast Torkoal, it was the Solgaleo Slayer. It was the Metagross Slayer. It came into the run a little... If it had come into the run a little bit earlier, I think I absolutely would have an argument to be up here. But it did so much in the limited amount of time that we had it. Like, just seeing that Beast Ball come in as the trade was being initiated, I knew this Torkoal had aura. So I was like, oh yeah, this is the Pokemon. It absolutely backed it up. It backed it up every step of the way. Okay, Eevee. I think Eevee. Yeah, I think this also goes into Clutch Gene. This is on the same fight. This Empoleon got the burn, and then Eevee survived a poison jab from Komodo at -2 through burn at like very low HP, and then was able to get a Dazzling Gleam off to win the fight. So absolutely Clutch Gene here. How do you remember every single one Pokemon's run here? The answer is I watched this took like 2 full days to put together. I had to go back through and watch a lot of these. And like obviously a lot of this stuff is just more recent. Some of them definitely stick with you. Like I will these ones always stick with me. Like basically anything in like these top tiers, I will never forget. I will never forget. All right. We have Nair Cream, the very obviously hacked in Moltres. I'm gonna put Nair Cream in worst cooks. Cause somebody was cooking with this Moltres. It wasn't me, but it was somebody else. I'm throwing that into worst cooks. And then of course, how could we? I don't know where to put this. I think I have to put it up pretty high. Maybe even larger than life, actually. I think Doduo Doduo basically saved the universe by defeating Ultra Necrozma all by her lonesome. You have to be larger than life at that point. Like, this Doduo has definitely gone beyond the actual value that it provided. I mean, it took down the notorious run killer Ultra Necrozma all by itself. I didn't even have anything else in my party. Doduo and on par with Petragon. The two strongest beings in the universe right here. I can see it. This is a really funny tier. I love the larger than life tier. It's like not I love the larger than life tier being right above these guys. That makes me laugh a lot. All right. And that is the end of the Ultra Sun Wonderlock. I think we hit the climax. I do love... Oh, that video is always going to stick with me. That's always going to be special. All right, and then we have an underappreciated video. This is the Pokemon Nuzlocke with too many rules. Where I basically tried to add... I went on Nuzlocke University and just made a rule set with every single rule that I could find on there. Like, without ones that kind of conflict with each other. So we had the wedlock rules. So we have pairs here and Rickles, Pickles, Pissler, and Ricklet, which you just got to watch the video to figure out how that all works. You got Dom, you got Sub, you got Hot Wife, Cuckold, Bull. We got Johnson and Virginia, and then we got Sugar Mama and Sugar Baby, the artist formerly known as Gyatshrew. The Shrew lore continues even further somehow. The Shrew lore just keeps on going. Is Gyatshrew the last of the Shrew line? I thought I had another Shrew recently. Maybe not. We talk about Matt Shrew so much, I've like genuinely forgotten. All right, anyways. Rickles, I think, has to go into... I think... Oh, it's so hard to say. I think it has to go massive contributor. I mean, I literally would not have won the run without... No, it's definitely massive contributor. It did a lot. It was like the thing that I needed to beat Morty. Insomnia, like which would put it like one gym wonder, but it is the starter, so it's like already in solid tier, and then it becomes an Elite Four Pokemon. So it's like at that point you're doing so much you have to be massive contributor. Are you planning to do Nuzlocke with rules from the chat like Point Crow and Smallant did last time? Probably not. I kind of have already done that video and it already flopped on my channel, so I haven't taken like fan rules, but I already have a Pokemon Nuzlocke but with too many rules video. It is a lot of tiers. I like having a lot of tiers. And then we have Pickles, who this is the one gym wonder Pokemon. This is definitely a one gym wonder. I think the funniest thing about the too many rules Nuzlocke is that it wasn't really a Nuzlocke. Like, I kind of had to pick my encounters. I had to do it in a way to where, like, I wasn't necessarily picking my encounters, but it was so planned out that, like, all the encounters were kind of planned ahead of time. Like, I was basically getting encounters that were guaranteed. Take care, Evan. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in late night. All right, then we have the Pissler, who there's really only one. Any of the random shinies just go into Dream Luck Good. I guess these are the only two random shinies, and then obviously Keck W, but I didn't get to use Keck W. The Pissler I actually got to use. So the Pissler was definitely, that was the first time I got, like, because I think Puffy Pink had increased shiny rate. This is the first full on. I mean, this is a 1 in 8,192 shiny right here, which is crazy. I can't believe we got the Pissler. And for that video to flop makes it even more sad. I think this video is so funny. Ricklet, E4mon, it was like okay. Like solid feels too high, but I guess it did do some stuff in the Elite Four. I'll just go solid on it. Dom definitely, I think Dom and Sub go into massive contributor, honestly, which is kind of crazy. Well, here's the thing that kind of skews the results here. I kind of want these to be together. Whatever. So the thing that kind of skews the, like, when the Pokemon are so condensed, I had to use so few Pokemon. Like, these Pokemon kind of had to become massive contributors, right? You know, there was just less Pokemon to work with. It's kind of like how you see this. Like, there's 3 of the 6 Pokemon in this one run all had to be up here, but there was only 6 Pokemon to work with, so that's just kind of how it goes. All right. I kind of don't want to rank these. They all get to go in best nickname. How about that? How about that? Cuckold obviously did like nothing. Even Bull kind of didn't do a whole lot, so they're all just going to go into best nickname. Johnson and Virginia, these are the ones that define the run. The Too Many Rules Nuzlocke would not have been possible without this Pokemon. For anybody that did not watch that, there was a rule that you could not OHKO you could not OHKO anything, with the exception of multi-hit moves. So, Skill Link Cloyster became the most powerful Pokemon in the entire game. And mind you, in Heart Gold Soul Silver, it's still only 10 base power per hit. So even with Skill Link, it's only a 50 base power Ice type move, which was ultimately just barely enough. And yeah, it got us over the edge. So a first for Cloyster. Cloyster is that dude. Cloyster was that dude. All right, and then the final 2, Sugar Mama and Sugar Baby. I think we just have to put these in one gym wonder. They were That's all they did. They had funny names though, but they were one gym wonders. All right, and then we get to the absolute shitstorm that is Pokemon Sweet Tooth. A game that is held together by Band-Aids and duct tape. It's a rough go. It's a rough go. I don't think anything here reaches like career defining levels. It's hard to even say like what the defining mon, like there were some I think I'm seeing it's coming together for me. I think Pistoise, again, we do get Mega Pistoise, so I think I'll just chuck it into solid. I don't think it wasn't quite as good as the OG, but it was still solid, you know. It wasn't bad. Tartle, just terrible. This one also useless. You can see I was not a big Tartle fan here. Ferment actually did do some stuff. Ferment was a lot better in this one. I would say disappointed initially, but proved me wrong. Even though I don't think I seemed disappointed, I was just happy to see this guy's face. But ultimately, it's a Furret at the end of the day. It's a Furret in Pokemon Sweet Tooth, which is a fate worse than death. So I didn't have high hopes for this thing, but it proved me wrong. Okay, Croconana, this is Dreamluck bad. Croconana just got so unlucky that it freaking died. Croconana got like self-hit and confusion 4 times and trapped in with Fire Spin, and there was just nothing it could do. So it was gonna be, it could also go like wasted potential, but yeah, I think it was just very unlucky the way that thing died. Tropanana, honestly, just like solid. It was just good. Talonpeep. Talonpeep is run defining for sure. No. Yeah. Yeah. Talonpeep is run defining, definitely. Talonpeep, the peepling that had the Slackoth cry that gave me such a good chuckle. And then I just got to use Fast Encore for the whole game. And stab scratches that I don't think were resisted by anything. Or stab slashes that weren't resisted by anything with a really good attack stat. Like, yeah, this thing was broken. Laminja, just like it's just worse than use. Like, what were we thinking? Maybe Flop City? Yeah, maybe it's Flop City. Like, what, like, there's a lot of stuff from Pokemon Sweet Tooth could go into Flop City, because just what were they thinking at all? The design, like, this thing has a really high HP stat, a really high speed stat, and then just like good defenses and awful offensive stats. It was like, let's take everything people know about Greninja and not do that. What if that sounds like a great concept for a Pokemon? Let's do that. Swellpeep, this is just worse Talonpeep. This is my job was replaced by AI. Everything Swellpeep does, Talonpeep does better. Oh, Panfisk. Oh, Panfisk. What, I think the Panfisk had the funniest death I've ever seen. Panfisk, the Panfisk needs its own tier. There's like maybe like fate worse than death. Where do I even put this? I think it goes here. I think it goes in like the middle tiers. This is fate worse than death. Parentheses, sweet tooth. This poor Panfisk. It tried to Mega Evolve. Its stats got like inverted or something. Fire Spin did 1 billion damage to it, so then I couldn't switch it out. It was doing no damage back. It never stood a chance. It was one of my favorite Pokemon, and then they took it away from me so fast. I was really disappointed. I was so sad about it. It truly was a fate worse than death. All right, Slow Bagel. Okay, it's definitely not your fault. Slow Bagel was an overworld poison death. So, oopsies. Sorry about that. Oh my god, how there's still so many, dude. Oh my god. I gotta start picking it up. It's already 420. Whoo boy. Simizeal, you know what? Metagon finally gets a partner here. I kind of wanted Metagon to be in a tier of its own, but Simizeal is the worst Pokemon I've ever seen. It had Tackle, String Shot, and Bug Bite as a fully evolved Pokemon. It learned 3 moves. That is unacceptable. That is truly unacceptable. It is so bad. Simispritz, you're worse. You're almost just as bad. You're just slightly worse than Simizeal. It's a good thing we never got the other one. I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Lime Shroom, I think your death was also my fault, so you're gonna go into the not your fault tier. Cookie Tune, Cookie Tune was actually just like solid. Cookie Tune was pretty good. Gummering, Gummering definitely left an impression. It felt like a one gym wonder more. Like Cookie Tune was in a couple. It like put screens. It had like some screen setting that it could do. Yeah. Gliscrape. I think Gliscrape is also like one gym wonder. Creamgar, definitely very high up here. I think I would go massive contributor. Like, it definitely was huge in the Elite Four, but Creamgar did a little bit more. I think Creamgar gets like to be massive contributor. It didn't really come online until fairly late, so I can't put it like in run defining, but it's definitely massive contributor for sure. This Flangoose was slightly better, I think. Where did we have Flangoose last time? Did I have it in useless? I don't even know where I put this. Because it was better than it was in Pokemon Sweet Once. I think actually for that reason, I think I'll go in disappointed initially, but prove me wrong. Because I didn't have faith in Flangoose, but it ended up being kind of solid. Oh wait, yeah, it's in useless. Deviking, I'm gonna say worse than useless. I did not want to have to eat devil cake, and this made me eat devil's cake. So I would have rather just not caught this Pokemon. I would have just rather had nothing. Cup VA. This has to go into best nickname, obviously. Why is it Cup VA? I don't know. But also I think I want to put it in worse than useless. This is another Pokemon that's just so bad. Frickin' Limion, the awful, god-awful evolution that was just Beautifly and just died. Terrible. And because we have demoted Cup VA to worse than useless, that has opened up our best nickname slot, and oh, it has to go. It has to go to Cream Dawn. We got hot wife, cuckold, bull, into cream dawn. I don't like the implications of that. Moving on. Slugnut. I would say Slugnut was quite solid. Definitely just, I think, a solid mon. Big C. I'm never disappointed to get Big C. But it didn't really do a whole lot. It was kind of a one gym wonder. You know what? I think Big C actually kind of saved the run. It hit some big spores. I think Big C's got the clutch gene. The Big C stands for clutch gene, obviously. This is the Clutchmon. Razzle, this one's just useless. Just terrible Pokemon. Infernana, you're also going into Flop City. These two are the same Pokemon. What were they doing? What were they thinking? It's just the banana version of this. Okay, Barrier. This did some stuff. I think just like one gym wonder, though. It wasn't amazing. It did die. Choco Bun was crazy. Choco Bun was insane. This thing had no guard focus blast, but then when you mega evolve, then if you mega evolve it, it gets magic guard. So I was launching off no guard stab focus blast and killing everything, and I was like, I need to try mega evolving this. And then I mega evolved, and it loses no guard, gains magic bounce, which you almost never would come into play. And then I proceeded to miss a focus blast, and it almost cost me gravely. So, but that's definitely free 4 territory. You get it right before the Elite 4, and then it just goes crazy. Maybe Sweets weren't that bad after all. No, Sweet Tooth was terrible. It's probably the worst ROM hack I've ever played. It's really bad. Candy, I'm just putting this in best nickname. And then Creamonite didn't really do anything. I'm just chucking in useless. I didn't even use it. Okay, now we're getting into another. I think this is truly my most underrated video. It's a damn shame that this video does not have more views. I love and I cherish this video, and everybody that's watched it agrees. This is a classic. This is a Captain Kidd hidden masterpiece. We had the Crawdaunt Corey coach lock, where I hired a Nuzlocke coach on Fiverr and then proceeded to play really badly, and my coach just watched me suffer, and it was awesome. And it's gonna make it hard to rank these as a result, because like I was purposefully playing the game bad, which I think makes it hard to rank in a way. Think Sweet Tooth and Snakewood are on the same Pokemon hack level? No, Sweet Tooth is definitely worse. Sweet Tooth just doesn't even work. Crawdaunt Corey. Okay, starting off with Alabama. I mean, where do I put Pokemon that I killed on purpose? I don't really know. I think we might need a new tier. Enters dies, maybe I could put it here. I think that's kind of oh, you know what I need though? I need a died for the greater good tier. I think that's over wasted potential, because you're still using your potential. This is died for the greater good. Let's see. I'll even put it like, yeah, I think that looks good. Yeah, this one, these are Pokemon that they had a they needed to serve a they needed to serve a purpose, and that purpose was dying. I wonder if there's any Pokemon that I could like, have there been any vital Sackmons? I don't think so. I don't think we've had any absolutely vital Sackmons yet. Oklahoma, same thing. This was died for the greater good. It's going to be a lot of Pokemon in this tier from the Coach Lock. Also, I realized I forgot to make a version of this for the Magikarp that I got killed due to overworld poison. That would go here as well. That was one of my favorite deaths, was losing the Magikarp to overworld poison. I poisoned it in battle and then just like ran around and got it killed. Like after I caught it, which I think was really funny. California, I mean, this is unfortunately, this is just the Coach Lock tier. Unfortunately, all of these just have to go into the, because like they didn't really do anything wrong. They were just unfortunate fatalities. Dog, have you played Pokemon Sweet Tooth? That is like the most bug-ridden game that I've ever played. I would not say that Sweet Tooth is coherent. Are you confusing Sweet Tooth with Pokemon Sweet? Because Pokemon Sweet worked as an actual game. I would not say that Pokemon Sweet Tooth stayed with a theme or was coherent. That game just did not work. Sweet Tooth was the one that added megas. You might need to revisit Pokemon Sweet Tooth because that game is completely incoherent. Arizona? Oh, Arizona was a good one. Arizona absolutely fits the clutch gene. Oh my god. I had basically gotten myself killed by Brawly. And this frickin' Zigzagoon managed to clutch up, hitting like 4 flinches in a row to win the gym battle. I would have wiped otherwise. So if it wasn't for this Lanoon, the run would have ended right there. And I honestly, I might not have been able to get a video. I don't know if Corey would have sat there with me again to do another run. I mean, not like Brawly is that deep into the run. But who knows? Corey's a busy man, so. Snakewood never felt like it was playable to me. Snakewood, I've never dealt with like game-breaking bugs the way that I did with Pokemon Sweet Tooth. And also the story in Pokemon Sweet Tooth, there's like no story. Because they tried to go the whole non-linearity route, so you just, every time you go up and down, you just do the same thing 3 times. I don't know what they were thinking with that game. Utah. Okay, Utah unfortunately died too young, but has to, honestly, because Utah is larger than life. Hariyama's a big boy. He is definitely larger than life. This Hariyama, Crawdaunt Corey was a Hariyama hater, a big Breloom believer who did not believe in Hariyama. Utah the Hariyama got Crawdaunt Corey to bump Hariyama up. Or this Hariyama got Crawdaunt Corey to bump Hariyama up his tier list, which that to me is larger than life. That takes an impressive Pokemon to accomplish such a feat. And Utah the Hariyama pulled it off. Okay, Maine. I think this one was just died for the greater good. Tennessee died for the greater good. This was just an accident. This one's just not your fault. That was the one like actual death in the run. That was just me being stupid. Colorado. This was just, you got bad egged. This is just a Pokemon that got bad egged. Did I have the yeah, wait, we need a bad egged tier. I need another tier. I need more tiers. Bad egged. Oh, where'd they go? Oh no. Yeah, Colorado, and then I'm gonna cheat ahead. We're bringing the Zubat in. These are the two Pokemon we lost to getting bad egged. May their souls forever rest and never get eaten, never get boiled. Okay, but then that made way for Colorado 2, who this one definitely belongs in the Enters Boom. This Pokemon saved the this could go into Clutch Gene or Enters Boom. This had the Clutch Gene and it died. Colorado served its purpose. The only way that we were winning that Norman fight was with the self-sacrifice of Colorado. So if it wasn't for that Geodude, we definitely would have lost. Dakota, I'm going to be honest, I don't really remember this Pokemon at all. This is going in the literally who tier. Florida. This is a good Pokemon. This was, I would say, massive contributor. This was one of the biggest contributors. Mississippi, this is definitely massive contributor as well. Yeah, these are like, I would say even more so. I would move this down to solid, I think. Like, I intentionally tried to make this Spinda a massive contributor, so that's why it's so high up. Oh, we're getting close. Washington, this thing was just useless, actually. Like, I wasn't even intentionally trying to kill it. It just died. Oh, Wyoming was massive. This was definitely free 4 territory. I just brought it to the Elite 4, and it did its job in the Elite 4, but that's kind of all it was meant to do. Ohio. I think this is like a one gym wonder, probably. Oh, baby. I think I have to do this. We're taking him to the top. We're taking him to the top. Not the tippy top, not the tippy top. But I think that the Fiverr Nuzlocke video, truly one of my favorite on the channel. I think that Crawdaunt Corey, I mean, it's just become so much more than about Louisiana the Crawdaunt. And so, like, we have to somehow honor Crawdaunt Corey and his legacy. And I think we do that by putting the Crawdaunt Louisiana. I think we do that by putting Louisiana the Crawdaunt in the career defining tier. It's truly a great Pokemon. I love using Crawdaunt in Gen 3. You get to use it as like this cool mixed attacker. Honestly, you get to kind of use it more as a special attacker. I think it's really cool. I actually love using Crawdaunt as a special attacker in Gen 3. And yeah, I mean, how could you not? How could you not? This guy's like perfection. I can't believe that Corey is just going to remain in the GOAT tier. I don't think anything's touching Corey. I'm going to be honest. Like, something like this would be probably as close as you get, and I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh my god, we still have so much more. There's still so much more, and it's already 4:30. Whew. All right, Vermont. Gonna be honest, I think this was. I think this is one gym wonder. I think I used that on Winona. I know I used this on Winona. I'm gonna say this is definitely disappointed initially, but even like I fully expected this thing to not do anything. But it did a little bit of something, so therefore it gets that tier. New Mexico. I don't remember this Pokemon doing anything at all. Did it die? I don't remember. I'm gonna say wasted potential, you know? It didn't get to follow in the footsteps of the Shrew lore. It's rare to see a Sandslash or Sandshrew that did not follow in the footsteps of the Shrew lineage. So I think that's wasted potential. Okay, talking about wasted potential. This is the wasted potential Pokemon. Feeding this intentionally the wrong Pokeblocks so that it could not become perfect. That's wasted potential if I've ever seen it. The favorite Shrew? I think I just got to go with the OG. I think it's always Matt Shrew. It's hard to beat Matt Shrew. I will say, though, Gyat Shrew might be second favorite. Gyat Shrew is really funny. I don't even know where I put it on this tier list. Yeah, let's just throw this in here. Delaware. Yeah, a lot of these, like, didn't do anything. I think I brought Lantern to the E4, but I don't really remember. These guys might not have even died. I'm just gonna put them in below average. Well, actually, no, this definitely lived. I'm just gonna say this was like solid. I think this did die. Did I bring this to the E4? I don't really remember now. I'm just gonna just chuck Lantern and Solid. That's probably good enough. Okay, Pennsylvania. This thing is a fighter. This thing is absolutely clutch gene right here. Oh my god, this thing has the clutch gene. It was like stalling out. It was just barely hanging on against the Kingdra. It was going blow for blow. It was somehow surviving against it all with like Ingrain, and I don't know if it had Leech Seed, but it was just tanking everything. It lasted for so long. It was so fun to watch. And then Massachusetts, like this feels like it should go into the free four, but it actually did not make things easier. So I don't really know where to put that. I'm just gonna say below average. Honestly, the Dusclops let me down. All right, and now we have. Oh, this is easy. This is easy. We got the legendary draft lock. Kyogre, the goat still got it. The goat still got it. We gotta put it into run defining. We gotta put it into run defining for sure. Like it just carried that entire legendary draft lock. Turns out Drizzle Water Spout or Drizzle whatever, you know, just Drizzle whatever water move you want to use on Kyogre absolutely breezes through Vanilla Emerald. Mince was like, it was honestly just like a one gym wonder. Deoxys? Deoxys, well, I'm gonna say massive contributor. Literally all it did was teleport, so I don't really know where to put that exactly. Kyurem? Oh, this was massive. I would say run defining even. I was so concerned about getting Iron Bundle for Freeze Dry, and then Kyurem was just right there. Kyurem just complimented Kyogre so perfectly. Not really. I'm sure Kyogre could do a lot of this stuff, but just like this was hitting with Freeze Dry. This was hitting the water types that got resisted by these moves. So that's, yeah. Kyurem White. I got the mild Kyurem White. Like it was just chef's kiss. It was incredible. All right. Take care, Jazzy. Yeah, I'm going to try and. Oh, God. Oh my God. There's still so much to go. Landorus didn't really do anything at all. I'm gonna be honest. So I would say for Landorus's, that's like a below average Landorus. Urshifu. This is the free four. This is the free four Pokemon. I knew by drafting Urshifu single strikes that I was gonna win the Elite Four. My one regret in the legendary draft lock is just that I did not draft both Urshifus. I think getting Urshifu Rapid Strike and Urshifu Single Strike would have been really, really funny. I wish I'd done that instead of, because I didn't even end up using the Regieleki anyways, so. All right. Ooh, the auction lock. Very stinky run for me, honestly. I don't want to put anything in run defining just because I was so like embarrassed by the whole run. It was really not a good run for me. Maybe you know what? I think we need a teleport too. Where's like the tech? Oh, it's like not wasted potential. It's not dream. I think it's like above this. It's above this. It's the teleport. How many can I squeeze in there? I need a teleport tier. We're putting Deoxys there. We're putting... do I have another Alakazam? I guess this is the first time I used one. Is that the only times that I used one? Yeah, you already know Abra's going into teleport tier. That's an Unk reference. You get the electrical beast reference, Spanendorf. It's such an Unk reference that people don't even get my Retsupre references. When I make Retsupre references, nobody gets them. It sucks. Okay, I mean, this was definitely like Jotun Let's Plays. I can't even do it. I can't even do it. Yeah, no, this is I just don't want to put I don't want to put a Pokemon from the auction lock into run defining. Even though this was like, because I placed so poorly, I don't think that the I don't deserve a Pokemon in run defining. So I'm just going to throw Whimsicott into massive contributor. Garchomp can go there as well. Yeah, they both contributed massively. Frillish was just like solid. Yeah, Frillish did more than one gym. Same thing with Lantern, honestly. They were both solid. And then Lycanroc. Lycanroc was flop city, man. Lycanroc, I tried to set up a stupid sweep on Norman, and then I just died to confusion. It was such a gamble, and then it ended up costing me like 10 minutes. So that was just my own fault for not drafting a fighting type, but also like Lycanroc just couldn't do anything. Another Boldore. This one was really bad. This one was... I hate doing it to Boldore, but I think this might have been a useless Boldore. No, wait. No, this did do something. Or, no, that's the favorite Nuzlocke. Yeah, I'm just putting in below average. I was going to say it did take one on Winona, but I don't think it did. Okay, Tandemaus was worse than useless. Drafting this thing was actually self-sabotage. I don't know how to... I didn't know how to evolve it in the context of the draft. Also, even if I got Mousehold, like, what am I doing? Clicking Population Bomb, the move that is going to take a billion years to execute? Just drafting malpractice all around, honestly. It was just... What an awful idea that was by me. Spiritomb, I'm going to say it. Disappointed initially, but proved me wrong. I got baited into buying this by Yawn, and it actually put in some work. It actually was good into Tate and Liza, so it proved me wrong. Claydol, though, this is enters boom sad face. That was like the worst boom I've ever seen from a Pokemon. That was embarrassingly bad by Claydol. And then these guys, I'm gonna put Urshifu in the free 4 tier. But I just like having both of them next to each other. The problem is I was already so far out of it by the time I even got to use these. So like in the vacuum of the run itself, this was a free 4 Pokemon, but in the context of like the actual race and everything, it was like that's why I'm gonna put these as like they're ultimately useless Pokemon to me, because like the goal of this was not to win the Nuzlocke. The goal of this was to win the race, and therefore like they were kind of useless in that. Super Mario Mon. All right. I love Super Mario Mon. Obviously, this is a very interesting section for me specifically, as someone who has done rigorous Nuzlocke tier list testing. But I can't impart my tier list testing onto the original Nuzlocke, right? Because this is how I use these Pokemon in that original Nuzlocke, which is not the way that I think that they would always best be suited to do so. God, this is hard. This is really hard. King Bob-omb, man. This is the Cap Kid all me. So, like, we had Larger Than Life for Crowberry, for another sticker, for another emote on the channel. But King Bob-omb's got to go higher than that. Like, King Bob-omb is like he's I think King Bob-omb is run defining. I think King Bob-omb is absolutely run defining. Set up some bulk up sweeps with this guy. Like, it's the starter. You can't go wrong with King Bob-omb. Goomba Stack, I don't think I ever used once. I think Goomba Stack was pretty useless for me. I don't think I ever ended up using it. Scuttlebug, on the other hand, it was like okay, but probably I would still say like a below average Nuzlocke encounter. Thwomp didn't really do a whole lot for us. I think I'm going to go below average on that too. Like, I have nothing to write home about. Muncher, on the other hand, this is the people's champ. Muncher, absolutely, I think is the perfect candidate for Larger Than Life. We got Muncher fan art out of that playthrough, courtesy of Choopy. I don't think I've ever gotten fan art for any other Pokemon in any other Nuzlocke game I've ever done. So Muncher has to be Larger Than Life. That one extended into IRL. The Muncher love spreads far and wide. We will always remember the GOAT Muncher. Blue Yoshi was honestly just like solid. I'm sure it's a lot better now in the context of the Nuzlocke, now that it gets like Aerialate stuff and Hyper Voice, but before it just didn't get any moves to really take advantage of that. And so it still delivered. It still had some actually, you know what? I think Blue Yoshi needs to go Clutch Gene. Blue Yoshi had some clutch moments in the Nuzlocke. I think like in the Elite Four, I can't remember exactly what they were. But I remember Blue Yoshi being super clutch. So I would definitely go Clutch Gene for Blue Yoshi. Okay. Blarg might be career defining. Blarg was so good. I think Blarg has to be career defining. In like a weird way, because of just game balance, you know? Like, because I think this does such a good job of showing that Blarg is probably one of the best Nuzlocke encounters I've truly ever had. And it also goes to show that I didn't fully understand balancing a Pokemon game. Blarg was simply too good. It had to be nerfed day one. It had to be nerfed because of my playthrough. So that's how you know this was a career defining capture right here. Oh, because of the way that like I developed this just like core group of Pokemon, and that was such a focus of the, like, all these guys, they all help form the core, really it was like the core. I kept calling it the core 6, but it was kind of the core 5, which in that case, I think Bonsai Bill just falls into massive contributor, because like Muncher was also up here, but Muncher less for its contributions to the Nuzlocke and is more remembered for stuff outside of the Nuzlocke, I feel, which is kind of what this is for. Bonsai Bill, obviously massive contributor. The shiny Bonsai Bill, nonetheless, it's a great Pokemon. And then the last two to round out the core 6, I think we just got to chuck these into run defining, especially Porcupuffer. Porcupuffer, I think, might be the best of all of these, actually. I think if I had to rank these individually, it would go Porcupuffer, King Babam, and then Fuzzy. Like, I don't know if Fuzzy is even reaches run defining. I don't actually think it does. I think Fuzzy is like more of the massive contributor. I don't think Fuzzy's quite on the same level as these guys. But man, Porcupuffer was amazing. They had to nerf Porcupuffer because of me. I got Blarg and Porcupuffer nerfed. Let's see. Terrantox, definition of one gym wonder. That Waluigi fight was so free. Thank you, Terrantox. Plungello. I think I just want to go solid. It really came around for Bowser Split. In Bowser Split, Plungello was going kind of nutty with it. Bowser's Castle was not safe from the Plungello sweep. Mechachomp, it wasn't your fault. I take full responsibility for your death, Mechachomp. I'm so sorry. The first death of the run, we made it so far. We made it all the way to the 7th gym before Mechachomp met its unfortunate fate, and it was entirely my fault. It was just a brain off moment. I hit into innards out, and it cost Mechachomp dearly. And I will forever mourn that loss. And then Spike Top, it was just below average, honestly. Yeah, it did like stuff in one gym fight, which I don't think really like gets you any points. It wasn't even like super impressive in that one gym. And now we have the Trash Lock, which I feel like it's just setting a lot of these Pokemon up for failure. It feels like a lot of them were just kind of destined to be in the useless tier. But that doesn't mean that all of them have to be in the useless tier. Braixen, very much a one gym wonder. We used this to beat Brawly and then chucked it into the box, never to see the light of day again. Hippopotas? Oh man, Hippopotas. I'm gonna put, this is wasted potential for sure. If I hadn't gotten this killed, I think I would have won the run. Actually, I know for a fact I would have won. Because Hippopotas is the exact Pokemon that I needed. If I had Hippowdon with Ice Fang, I would have been able to deal with Drake. And then that would have been the difference. If I just had a Drake answer, the problem was I didn't have a Drake answer. So the snowball effect was on full display in the Trash Lock race, because if I just had this, I would have been able to Ice Fang the stupid Salamence, the stupid Flygon, and I wouldn't have had to worry about that, and I would have been able to make it through. So yeah, would have been a lot better to have that than Cast Form. So speaking of, Cast Form was 1000% worse than useless. Not having 2 of your Elite 4 Pokemon be in the worse than useless tier, not a great sign. I was definitely, the pressure, CJ was already in the Elite 4, so like there was pressure on me to just go in. I just didn't have enough time to think clearly, so I just did not bring the right squad. Graveler, on the other hand, did have a little bit of chance for redemption here. So I think Graveler was just like solid. Carkol, I think I was disappointed at first, but then pleasantly surprised. Carkol did surprise me. I did not expect Carkol to do as much as it did. If I hadn't misclicked Overheat on Norman's Slacking, this thing would have taken down Norman's Slacking, which I think is very impressive. It was pretty good into Flannery, helped a lot on Norman, which is more than I thought it would do. So I was definitely proven wrong. Stonejourner felt kind of bad. I don't know. Was I disappointed to get Stonejourner? I don't really know. I think I'm just go below average. It didn't really do much like offensively. Yamask just honestly worse than useless. Yamask was so bad. Yamask was a waste of a team. It was a waste of a team slot, honestly. It could not do any damage. It obviously couldn't burn the frickin' Slacking. It was just in the context of a race, a Pokemon like Yamask that just can't do any damage was just awful. By the same token, Litwick was pretty useless as well. Cloth, not your fault, buddy. I'll take the blame on that one, Cloth. I'm sorry. Boldor, is this the Boldor? I think this is the Boldor that clutched up. There's so many Boldors now. They're all getting kind of like mixed up in my head. Yeah, no, I think this was the good Boldor. No, it was. This was the good Boldor. No Corey, but definitely a good one. Probopass was actually shockingly decent. I would say like massive contributor. Definitely a massive contributor to the trash log. Without Probopass, I don't think I was getting anywhere. Same thing with Arcanine. Arcanine was absolutely the other massive contributor. Like these two together were really the only reason I had a shot. And then I only brought one of them to the Elite Four. Minior was one Gym Wonder, definitely. But we're getting this one Gym Wonder section is getting full. Kecleon was not bad, actually. I would even go as far to say that Kecleon was solid. I did bring it into the Elite Four. It did. I think if Kecleon had better support, using color change from Kecleon actually would have been pretty impactful. Like to manipulate the AI in my favor and stuff like that. So yeah, I wish I'd been able to use it better. Houndoom was definitely a one Gym Wonder, but it did that very well. The draft locks just boost up the one Gym Wonders. Wormadam goes beyond just a one Gym Wonder. It was definitely solid. I mean, it swept Juan, and then it actually did some work in the Elite Four. Quiver Dance is just that broken of a move. If I had literally either of the other Wormadams, I think I win, but obviously Jacob knew to give me the worst one. If we'd had the grass Wormadam, oh my god. And then last and kind of least, we have Lunala. Definitely not worse than useless. I'm going to put it in Flop City. Lunala, like, obviously it helped a lot. Obviously it was really good into the Elite Four members that it could just completely bowl over. But then it got to a point where once I just got outsped and killed by Crunch, like, it's just GG's at that point. Oh man, okay, we're getting close. 3 more videos to go, one of which is not even released yet. It's 5 o'clock. Okay, we can do this. You can do this. Lock in, baby, lock in. All right. Now we have super fun project, the Too Many Types Soul Link with Wacko. Starting off, Westbrook, The starter Delphox, absolutely run defining, no doubt about it. What a good Pokemon. Holy moly. Delphox in too many types just steamrolls over seemingly everything. Just what a good I won so many fights with just Delphox. Crazy in the Elite Four, like absolutely insane Pokemon. Mage Armor's so good. You can get like the evasion cheese going. Just too many good things to say about this Pokemon. Do I I can't put Draymond in the GOAT tier. I cannot put Draymond in the GOAT tier. Just know that Draymond did make the GOAT box. He can't stand to Corey when it comes to the tier list, but I was pleasantly surprised. I would definitely say disappointed initially, but prove me wrong. That is the definition. I never thought that I would have anything in the Whisper line that I would be singing its praises, but here we are. I yearn for another Draymond. Ledecky's weird because for Wacko, it was really good, but for me, it was really bad. So I think I have to rate my own, and I think I just got to go below average. Honestly, like useless. This was just like taking up a party slot for me. It was really good. It was Wacko's huge power Azumarill, which was like killing everything. And for me, it was this awful Cricketune. KG feels like a literally who. Like, I don't really remember using this thing at all. Parker this was not your fault. I got it killed on accident. Whoopsies. The Gardevoir pair could just never survive that gym for whatever reason. Agalor, another literally who. I don't remember using this thing at all. Simone. Oh, you know we got to put the crab up top, baby. Oh, yeah. Too many types is defined by its crabs. And Simone, for both myself and Wacko, we got the crab and the Gyarados. Like, that is run defining. The crab is what defines the run in too many types. And we got the best one. Let's see. Brawny, I feel like Brawny goes into the died for the greater good tier. Not for me, but for Wacko. For the sake of Wacko's run, it had to die. Okay, Glenn, absolutely one gym wonder. I don't think we make it out of Norman if it's not for Big Baby Davis himself. Interest dies. It tried to come into one fight and it couldn't really even do that. Linsanity though. Linsanity definitely just like solid. I would say Clutch Gene actually, yeah. I think Linsanity had the Clutch Gene, which makes sense. The like saved I think in the Norman fight. Oh yeah. Linsanity definitely had the Clutch Gene in the Norman fight for sure. Yeah, this is the right tier for this. Vince was just solid. Vince Carter, just a good solid like stat check for that point in the game for us. We just kind of needed the fossils to be good, and they were. Tyreek Hill, the super fast crab slayer itself. Definitely a one gym wonder. It came out for Juan's gym and then got immediately boxed, never to be seen again. Stafford, I think I used this like once. That's like literally who. I'm surprised in such a recent video I have so many literally who's, but that's just how it goes. Okay, I don't. This one just feels mean. Flop City. The name was bad. The Pokemon didn't work. It was a disaster. The original Clay fight was just an absolute flop all around. Major flop city on my part. my plan just did not work. It was a disaster. Muggsy was, I would say, like below average, probably. Plum, I would just say useless. This thing did nothing. Slim, this is a literally who. Cole Anthony, you know, we gotta rep our boy. We gotta rep our boy. This is going into best nickname. I don't even think we used the wishy-washy. I know it got bugged actually. Like schooling didn't activate or something. Yo, Magic though. The bird and Magic that came in to save the day. The winning attempt, they were the ones that clutched up for us. They definitely deserve a spot in the one gym wonder. Ionescu. Ooh, how do I rate these? I would call Bill Russell. Bill Russell's definitely free 4. This thing came in. I'm noticing a theme here, but our legendary duo, our legendary mythical duo, was very much needed for the Soul Link. Unfortunately, Wacko lost their Mew. Wacko lost his Mew, but the Latios was just unstoppable. And then everybody else, the Gasha, I think was just ended up not doing anything, so that was useless. This was like, I think it was okay. It was a gun type. You know what? Duraludon is larger than life. No, but it's not my Duraludon. I think I'm just gonna have to put all these in solid. Josh Giddey has the clutch gene actually. That Perish song on the champion, definitely. Oh, and it took out. Oh yeah, Josh Giddey absolutely has the clutch gene. Being able to be a switch in on the Silvally, the Silvally that does way too much damage. Yeah, Josh Giddey got that clutch gene. Okay, 2 more videos. We're almost there. We're almost there. Okay. Oh, I am excited for this one. Pokemon Evolved. Ooh, what do we got? Testudinis. This is a Mon. I know exactly. This is my job was replaced by AI. It's just the unfortunate thing of being the water type starter in the Kanto region. Like there's just, you get so many good water types and it doesn't really like fill a niche beyond that. So it kind of just got replaced by I think a Pokemon. I think when you give Gyarados 3 evolutions, good things are gonna happen. We just keep climbing. Cyprinus definitely goes, I think, into massive contributor. I don't think it quite hits run defining tier because I feel like there's only one special Pokemon that deserves the run defining tier. And we can put Gyarados and all of his evolutions up at the tippy top. But who do we put beyond that? Who else? Psilocybin. Big P! The greatest spore delay you've ever seen. Truly defined the run. With every evolution montage, we had to come back in to check on Big P. Who was always... He'll get it at 100. He'll get 101. Level 101. He's getting that spore. It's finally coming home. He had the big, massive pivot in the Elite Four that people are still talking about. People are still talking about the Big P pivot to this day. All right. Albastriga, I would say massive contributor as well. Maybe like less so. Okay, now all memes aside, I do think we should do that. I don't think like I think we need to put some respect on Gyarados' name. Put some respect on the greatest Nuzlocke Pokemon of all time, right? Radis, I feel like in a game where Pokemon keep evolving, I feel like it was like pretty below average, honestly. Like normal poison, not really doing a whole lot for me. It was just like fine. Daisy Podida. All right, another shrew. Unfortunately, she was taken from us too early. She was definitely taken from us too early, but she was absolutely a massive contributor. She made her mark known. Like the queens were out. The queens were doing the dirty work. They were absolutely popping off. Massive contributors for sure. Taraxacum was not great. I kind of want to put it in enters dies. It kind of did just die. It didn't do a whole lot in the run, and the one time that it needed to do something, it died. It just needed it to sleep powder. If it had just hit one of those sleep powders, it might still be with us, but couldn't do it. Did not have the clutch gene. It had the anti-clutch gene. Talpiday. This is honestly just like useless. If there were just other better ground types, I really don't even know why I put this on here. We just wanted to have the funny Doug Ruppel on the tier list. Vulpes. Let's see. Maybe I kind of want to go like wasted potential, but not really. It didn't really do anything for me. That's the thing. I think I kind of just want to chuck it in like the below average tier. It just felt okay. Cannabis. Oh, you already know. It's got to go into the best nickname tier. I mean, look at that. Bro is blowing some fat clouds right there. Like it has to be best nickname. Also, I'm just like, oh man, I wish I'd done this from the start. I just love the like color match stroke so much more than the all black. Like I feel like it just looks so much better once I started doing that. Oh well, can't dwell on it. Anatide. This is definitely a one gym wonder. I think this could make the argument for solid, but I feel like one gym wonder is like it basically beat Koga, and then that was kind of it. It could have done stuff on Blaine. It probably could have done stuff on Giovanni, but it didn't. So, you know, it really only got one chance to shine. I think in another universe, it definitely could have done something. But again, it's like, if you already have this super broken water type, like, why use anything else? Mortus. I just didn't really use this. I didn't, honestly. I'm just gonna put it in not your fault. I don't think it's its fault. I know it didn't die. I know this is kind of reserved for Pokemon that die. Actually, I think it's exclusively reserved for Pokemon who died. Yeah. In which case, I think I just want to rate it below average. That doesn't feel, you know what? I'm gonna rank it just based on like my intuition. It was just a solid Pokemon. I just didn't use it. Oh my god, this Pokemon's so this is a flop city right here. How do you make the Jolteon evolution so bad? It was basically just like a slightly bulkier, worse Jolteon. Because like if everything around you is getting stronger and you're just getting bulkier, but you're not getting stronger, then you're just kind of staying at the same bar while everything else is getting like heightened. So I don't know. I hated that Pokemon. It was really bad. Definitely a major flop. Mucus definitely gets elevated. I think it has to jump up to, I think Mucus, oh yeah, if these guys are major contributors, Mucus has to be a major contributor. Made the Elite Four team, was really good into, it was pretty good into Sabrina. Yeah, what I think ROM hacks are scared of making Jolteon too good. I think that's the thing. They don't want to give it like too much speed and power. They're like, oh, then it's just going to sweep through everything. But instead, they just make it all bad. All right. Oh. These are okay. We can rank Draco, the odd man out. Useless Pokemon. Actually, wait. It's the perfect enters dies. It came into one fight, got ice punched, and then that was it. GG's. Never saw it again. Never show your face around here again. Okay, Pokemon is definitely in the free 4 tier. I like how the free 4 tier has just evolved into, oh, what legendary did I get this time to help me beat the game? That's absolutely what it turned into. And then I think both of these, I think both Mantodea and Hippocamp, they have to be, they're close to run defining, but they're absolutely massive contributors. I think because they came in so late, they can only go as high as massive contributor. But these two were, I mean, now Hippocamp saved the run. Hippocamp has to be run defining. It's kind of weird to see. This is the first batch that got 3 run defining mons. Look, what can I say? It's Big P. Big P deserves to go up top. I feel like this is like, I'm gonna make the justification for it now. I think playing a ROM hack that's all about evolving Pokemon and intentionally choosing to keep an unevolved Pokemon and not just keep it unevolved, but also to bring it to the Elite Four with what are the strongest Pokemon conceivable. I think that's career defining. I think that shows some balls. You gotta have some gall to be bringing Paris to the Pokemon Evolved Elite Four. So yeah, I like that. I like the way this is shaping up. How's the ZA Draft League going? It's going well. We're on winter break, so we're taking a break for a while. All right, and lastly, we need the stream watchers here because this video is not yet public. It is finished though, so it will be very soon that you all will get to see this. The Pokemon Emerald Mini Nuzlocke. The final Nuzlocke, or the most recent Nuzlocke uploaded to the channel. The big P pivot absolutely sent it into career defining. Absolutely. Okay, gotta lock in. Trico. So Trico to me is an interesting one because it was definitely a one gym wonder for Roxanne, and then it took a lot of time off, and then when the 8th gym rolled around, here comes Trico. He's back and better than ever, and I think that elevates it to solid. I don't think it gets it to massive contributor. Massive contributor is like a, I don't know, but looking at some of the other mons, that I put in massive contributor. Like, if you get 2 gyms, you kind of get put in massive contributor. Yeah, I think Trico elevated itself for sure. Like, it made those gyms easy. Like, those gyms could have been genuinely really difficult. Well, not Roxanne, but Juan's gym definitely could have been difficult. So having the Overgrow Trico sweeping through everything was really fun. And also, I just think it's very funny to have the massive contributor Trico versus the Virgin Free Force Sceptile. The Chad massive contributor Trico versus the Virgin Free Force Sceptile is a very funny mental image. All right, Wingull. Oh, Wingull 1000% is Clutch Gene. Living on just a sliver of HP and firing back and slaying the dragon that is Altaria. Oh my god. Without Wingull, who knows what happened? I might wipe there. I might have wiped to Winona if it wasn't for Wingull clutching it out. Wingull might be the most clutch in the Emerald Mini. Poochyena. I think this has to be disappointed initially, but proved me wrong. Even within the same gym gauntlet, I was talking about how much I wanted the Poochyena to die during the gauntlet. And then we got to Tate and Liza, and it got the last kill. And I was like, let's go, Poochyena! That's my goat! That's why you're the goat! So, a real rags to riches story there for Poochyena that I can definitely get behind. You know what? I'm proud of you, Poochyena. You proved me wrong. Shroomish has to be massive contributor. Has to be massive contributor. It made the E4. It made the whole thing possible. I did doubt it. I doubted it when I initially brought it. I didn't think... I was like, oh, I should have brought Voltorb. Voltorb would have been able to take down the Gyarados here. But then Shroomish was able to set us up. And, you know, that Elite Four went so perfectly that... I think that, you know, if I'd brought anything else, I might not have gotten that same outcome. So, huge ups to Shroomish. Abra was kind of just a one gym wonder. It did do a little bit extra, so I think I'm going to elevate it to solid status. Like, it provided a little bit more than just the one gym sweep. If it wasn't for, I did have to bring it into the gauntlet. The hidden power fires came in clutch a couple times. Despite being the worst Abra you've ever seen, it actually had a couple of good moments. Whismer was actually worse than useless. I had to evolve this thing to be useful. Magikarp also just worse than useless. I could have used anything here. Honestly, I don't know if it's worse. It didn't actively hurt the run. It was just useless. I never found a use for it. We can use this as like the... Consider this the Coach Lock Magikarp. Tentacool, on the other hand, was very good. Same reasoning, I think, for Abra. It obviously did very well into Flannery, but it did do a little bit outside of that, so I want to elevate it to solid, I think. Electrike. Oh, Electrike also has the clutch gene. Like the Winona fight was such a... There was a massive opportunity that we end up just completely wiping there, and Wingull and Electrike came through. Electrike almost sold. Wingull came in, saved the job, and then Electrike came back in to finish the job. So I'm gonna consider it clutch. I'm gonna consider it clutch. Mareep, I think I just have to go below average. In the context of my run, it Yeah, there was just a better electric type. That's really the only thing that Mareep had going for it. Really nothing that it could have done. Thank you, Purple Pikmin. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's not good when people are waking up and tuning into the stream. But we're almost done. We're almost done ranking everything. Nummel. This is the Hidden Power Ground Nummel. It was actually pretty good. I think it was still just like one Gym Wonder tier, though. It'd be weird if there wasn't a Whisper line and worse than useless. No, you're so right. It deserved to be there. Geodude. Oh, Geodude is actually what I thought of when I thought of the Dream Look Bad tier. Just a Pokemon that got so unlucky. It got the two 1 in 16 rolls that were non-crit 1 in 16 rolls to die to overheat, and we needed that Geodude so desperately. And also just bad luck, dude. Bro is like blending in completely with the background right now. Why not? You're going up to the free 4 tier. Why not was definitely a much needed Elite 4 member. Machop, I think just one Gym Wonder. That's pretty easy. Pretty straightforward. Needed it for Norman. Used it for Norman. Okay, Baltoy, another instance of enters. Boom. Oh, it's so cute. He gets to be right next to Claydol. This Baltoy Boom, on the other hand, this was Baltoy sad face. This was Boom sad face. This was Boom happy face. This Baltoy Boom actually was run saving. I keep saying run saving. This was run altering. Like if we don't get the Boom there, bad things happen. This one did like nothing for us. This one did some good stuff for us. Oh baby. Oh baby. Anorith, my beloved. You were absolutely run defining. Oh yeah. Who would have thought? This is maybe the greatest unevolved Pokemon of all time, Anorith. I don't think the run would have been possible without it. Huge on Norman. Huge on Tate and Liza. Good into all the evil teams. Good into the Elite Four. Like, oh, Anorith just every step of the way always came in clutch for us. You're telling me a shrimp defined this run? No, absolutely am. Anorith was one of one. The Emerald Mini Nuzlocke has definitely been one of my favorites, I think. And I think a lot of it has to do with Anorith. Being able to use the Hidden Power Ghost, like, I got to just use one of my favorite moves a bunch during that run, and I think that just made it so enjoyable for me. All right, we're getting down to it. Zigzagoon. Now, if you want to talk about a Pokemon that would not have been possible, I think we might have to put... I know that, like, Anorith is the one that made the whole run happen. I think I could even put Zigzagoon in career defining. The Zigzagoon E4 sweep has kind of been my thing. I did it in the wild card Nuzlocke. I did it in this Nuzlocke. I feel like using Zigzagoon instead of Lanoon to sweep Elite Fours, that's kind of become my MO. So I feel like I need to represent that. And I feel like the Emerald Mini one has a chance to be one of the big ones. So I this is like wishful thinking, me putting it here, hoping that it will reach the status of these other Nuzlockes. That's my hope. So please help me make that happen. Carvana, it was more or less a one Gym Wonder. Like, I could see a world where I put it on solid. It was kind of good into Wally. I think it's still just would rather go here. I think I'd still rather just go one Gym Wonder. Oddish. Died for the greater... It never died. It kind of like died in spirit. It was kind of just used as like bait. So... I would say maybe disappointed initially, but proved me wrong. It was like very much a necessary Pokemon. If we didn't have this, the whole Tate and Liza's strategy probably wouldn't have worked. I needed like that juicy bait. I needed Oddish to act as that juicy bait. Fryhorn, where do I even put you? Where do I even put you? I'm gonna say Rhyhorn had that clutch gene. Rhyhorn living that Metal Claw or stealing whatever it was from the Scizor, and then firing off with a couple flamethrowers. That's clutch. That's clutch, Rhyhorn. Okay, Spheal was just one Gym Wonder. A lot of one Gym Wonders here, which makes sense because like you kind of had to specialize in the Little Lock. Oh, Wailmer. Oh, Wailmer. Unfortunately, I think Wailmer has to go and enters dies. I caught Wailmer and then it just immediately died. Oh, man. And then last, but definitely not least, we have Clamperl, who I think there's only one spot open for it. And it's right next to Anorith for a perfect 2 tiers of run-defining Pokemon. And with that, I have officially ranked every single Pokemon I've ever used in a Nuzlocke. The Clamperl was so good. The Clamperl was so good. I mean, it was... Clamperl lived on, like, just a... Clamperl could go into so many of these, like... Clutch Gene, Free 4, Larger Than Life. Like, Clamperl could go into a lot of categories. Alright. We'll do the slow scroll down the tier list. I'll move out of the way so you can see it all. There it goes. Look at it. Isn't it glorious? God, that is a lot of Pokemon. I did not think this was going to take 5 hours. I think the actual, like... editing, I think the actual me ranking is probably closer to like 4, which is good. I don't want it to be 5 hours. I'm curious how long this video is going to be. I'm curious like how much we'll be able to cut out. Because I'd like to do like a quick turnaround on this video. Hopefully we can just get it to like the best stuff. I don't know, what are we feeling? I think most people watching are probably asleep right now. Yeah, the opening will definitely have a lot of stuff to cut. I just don't know how much. I like the way it turned out. I think it turned out really well. Obviously, I'm someone who does add a lot of tiers, but I think that's funny. I like the funny tiers. We do. There's like only a couple that have one. Schnappy being the one is pretty funny. I really like Enters Dies. Worst Cooks is funny. Useless is pretty straightforward. Flop City has a lot. I wish my favorite Pokemon was Miraidon. I think is good. Worse than Useless. Yeah, those are some shitters right there. The worst, we just have Metagon and Simizeal, Bad Egged. And of course... don't forget to subscribe. Oh. Let's see. Let's get it right here. And of course, don't forget to subscribe. Oh, God. And of course, don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for watching. I don't know. I might do like an outro. New tiers is a good running bit. I do love just spamming new tiers. I'm very Coney-pilled when it comes to tier list making. It's just more fun because like it's more descriptive, you know, and I like being descriptive. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it for me. I think I'm gonna in stream download this and then hopefully get the video out quickly. I don't know how quick I can get it out, but we'll see. So thanks so much everybody for watching. I don't even think like I'll check, but Is there anybody streaming? Oh, Stefan's live? Oh, we gotta raid Stefan. We gotta raid Stefan then. Was it even a good list? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right. We're going to raid Stefan. I'm very tired, so I'm just going to end my stream like immediately. He's playing. I think everybody already knows what the raid message should be. If you are going over to Stefan's chat, please just type in chat, please wipe. Oh my God, I'm not signed in. Hold on. Hold on, I got to do this. Just type in, please wipe. That's all you got to do. All right. Thank you all so much for watching. I am very tired. It is 5:30. Oh my God. All right. Well, that's going to do it for me. Take care, everybody. See ya.